Prologue, Volume 5. Lautreamont Frontier, located in the southeast of the Arclight Empire. A group of men were hiding on a hill. One of them was using magic binoculars. They were normal binoculars, but these possessed a magic circle to increase or decrease their distance. The man holding the binoculars was breaking out in a cold sweat. "Hey, it's a joke, isn't it? Tell me it's a fucking joke, please." It wasn't just him, his other teammates had the same panicked expression in their gazes. Even without binoculars, they could observe the same thing. An army was marching straight into the territory they served. Thousands of warriors, no, it would be better to say thousands of monsters. Non-human beings of different species were marching together with human soldiers straight to invade. "This is bad. We must quickly report this," a soldier shouted. His comrade pulled out a radio that used a magic stone and tried to contact home. While the other soldiers watched in horror at the monsters that were calmly walking around with humans. For there to be such a large army, they must all be at least B or A class monsters at least. That's not the only scary thing, look at the size of those dragons. Dragons. Huge monsters possessing magical power and different abilities depending on their species. They were chained like many, but they followed orders. Exactly what was going on? Residents of Margrave Lautreamont. A huge castle-like mansion. The size of the grounds of the residence was 1,000 square meters. Inside, beautiful rugs, vases and furniture were being removed. It was because there was a problem. "Put everything away quickly," shouted the chief butler to the other servants. The central door of the residence was open, knights were coming and going in and out all the time. One of them was running with a report to a room. In it stood several men near a table. "The peace treaties didn't work. Is there no way around this? Diplomats are staying in the castle in their territory. They said they will come soon. We can't wait. We need it to be now." The official servants were frightened. One of them looked at a person looking out the window. "Margrave Lautreamont, what are you thinking about?" His whole body was illuminated by the sunlight, but the detail that could be reflected in that flash bathing his body, was a copper mask covering his face. His voice sounded distorted because of the mask. "How is the evacuation going? The nearby villages like Meal, Ruckel and Froise have been fully evacuated. They are staying in a nearby camp for now." "Good. Do not hesitate to give them food and water. We cannot allow the citizens of our territory to suffer because of invaders." Margrave Lautreamont stepped away from the window and its body was visible to all. Despite being called a Margrave, she was a woman. She wore a beautiful black dress with straps and red embroidery, her skin, her hands, neck, and chest were covered by a thin black cloth. Margrave Lautreamont approached the table. "I suppose, war is inevitable. And the event of the treacherous villainess had begun. Today was horrible as usual. My classmates were teasing me. They would write nasty things on my desk, the blackboard when the teacher left, and in the men's room. Today one of them stole my lunch. I couldn't defend myself. I can't do anything. I'm small and skinny. The sun was setting, I got to my house and opened the gate that connected to the street. Even though all the houses were the same, I recognized it perfectly because of two things. The first is because I have been going out of it for years, and the second is that it has my last name, Shishigami, written on a sign. When I entered the house, the light was off. I went straight to the kitchen to see the cause of this. My father was there. He was drinking. It was rare to see him around, and when I did see him, he was always drinking. On the table was a document. I went to look at it and the word divorce order was written there. I walked away from the table, I didn't want to disturb him. Before I left the kitchen, my father called my name. Yes, my Japanese name. Naoto. And then, I woke up. I woke up. It was what happened when I opened my eyes. I was in a large room. I remembered what happened. I am Razel Bartlett, a citizen of the Arclight Empire and also a reincarnate. I died and awoke in this world. A fantasy world inspired by an Otome game with RPG events. After the Lawless City event which I destroyed, some men came and sent me in a carriage. I stood up and walked by the window. There, I watched the sky, clouds, and birds. I was in an airship as I and others were sent directly here. I don't know why, but it involves that bastard emperor. What should I do in this situation? I have no idea what I should do. Someone knocked on the door. I didn't say anything, but the mysterious person opened it anyway without my permission. After putting 2 feet inside the room, I was reassured to see who it was. A beautiful woman was visible. She was taller than me. Her skin was as white as snow. She had 9 tails. Her ears were pointed and long. Her hair was long and reached down to the floor. It was as white as the moon. The tips of her tails and ears were blue. Her eyes were sapphire blue. Her name was Yukihime and she wore a beautiful blue kimono. 2 large, well-proportioned watermelons were on her displayed chest. She reminded me of a certain duchess. Yukihime smiled at me. "Good morning, Knight-sama, how did your morning dawn?" "Good morning, Yukihime. I woke up very well. It's been only a day since we boarded this flying boat. I had no idea where we were headed, but it sure is trouble. As the background character that I am, I will certainly avoid standing out and getting involved in what I don't want to." "Yes. That's what I'll do." Rosenberg residence. There in the mansion, 2 girls were using a telephone. "Yes, I understand. Are you sure nothing can be done?" To the right, praying, a beauty with light blonde hair pulled back in 2 pigtails from her neck and trailing down her back, was distraught. Her eyes were a beautiful aquamarine, a color resembling a crystalline green. Those beautiful eyes stared in panic at the girl using a magic phone. A beautiful girl with long blonde hair flowing down her back and cherry red eyes was hanging up the phone. "What did they tell you?" asked the distraught girl. Shaking her long hair she would reply. "They said they can't do anything, it was an order from the emperor. You may not know this, but when the emperor gives a written order to a nobleman, he must carry it out to the death." "No way!" shouted the girl Lily, the protagonist of this Otome game. A girl with a sweet personality and kind to everyone as her role indicated. While the other girl clenched her fists, she, Elise von Rosenberg, the villainous daughter of this game, and Lily's love rival. She was upset due to her helplessness. "I want to bring Razel back, but there's nothing I can do." Thanks to Razel, the line of events involving Eli was destroyed, thus achieving a totally different outcome to the game. Eli didn't get her bad ending, nor did Lily meet up with the capture targets. What happened was that they became sisters and Rosenberg household is more alive than ever, but at this time there was panic for the female members of the family. Eli's future duke and husband, Razel, was enlisted to the battlefield by personal order of the emperor. Eli knew that war was something she didn't want to experience. History books mark the war as a heroic deed and event that marked the peace and tranquility experienced by all citizens today. But, at what cost was that achievement? Blood and death of billions. The Empire's history is stained red by all its victories. Deep in their hearts, they didn't care about something as absurd as patriotic service or dishonor. They wanted their fiancé back safely. Lily wanted to cry, but Eli reassured her. "Even if he'll be in a dangerous place, you'll see that Razel doesn't look like someone strong. We know he is, but they don't. So I'm sure they'll put him to do something that doesn't involve the battlefield," she said with a smile. "You think so?" Lily asked with anxiety. Eli hugged her to comfort her as she said, "I believe in Razel, my man." Lily was nodding at those words of confidence, but Eli herself wondered if that was the case. Eli's thought as she comforted her sister was, "Please come back safe, Razel. We came to a place called Margrave Lautremont territory. That name was familiar but I couldn't remember why. Well, never mind. Once we got our belongings down, we were sent in carriages to a destined spot. There was a makeshift camp. Boxes filled with labels of weapons, food, sheets, etc. They were piled up in different parts. We were lining up to enter a tent. There was a dog-eared beast woman there taking everyone's ID. There were supposed to be adventurers only, but there were also knights. From what little I saw and with how fast they were acting, it looked like a battlefield was approaching. It was almost 30 minutes since I set foot in line. It was almost my turn. I was scared. How can I avoid being sent to the battlefield? Yukihime was behind me. I was so nervous, I couldn't enjoy the feeling of her breasts. I was so tense, I couldn't tell if they were soft or heavy. Then, my miracle happened. Rank C adventurer, right? Sorry, but only adventurers of B and A rank are allowed to enter the battlefield. But all help is welcome. If you wish to register, you will be given a job. Thanks to the guy in front of me. I got my way to avoid getting killed. When my turn came, I acted like every background character would act, like a total loser. Gee, good afternoon. I'm Razel. Hi. First, give the impression of being an idiot. It wanders your gaze in different directions. Second, speak in a panic. People hate guys who talk like they're perverts. Third and most crucial, be submissive. I am so sorry. I don't want to go to war. My family needs money, but I don't want to get killed. Hi. With this, I don't need to raise my face for the receptionist girl to look at me like I was looking at manure. She said in an irritated tone. Please raise your head. I figure you must be a D rank at least. They wouldn't allow an E rank to come for anything in the world. That's right. I lied, I'm a C rank. Good. Please sign this and we'll see what's available for you. Thank you, miss, I really appreciate it. This girl is my maid, so she... Yes, she can be with you, she doesn't need to go to the battlefield. Thank you very much. With those words, I made a half-turn, took Yukihime's hand and walked out. With a smile of victory. Now I will be able to live peacefully while this problem is being solved. Chapter 46 Iron Jerome. A few days have passed since I arrived in Margrave Lautremont's territory. We are in the middle of July, so the third school semester started days ago. Since I can't go back home until this problem is over, I decided to get a job here. Despite my simplistic appearance of a boy with black hair and eyes as well as being ugly, I was wearing an elegant suit since I was working as a servant. That's right, I'm a servant at the Margrave's mansion. You may wonder how I went from being a guardian in the shadows to a simple butler. I have to eat and sleep in a bed. They provide me with all that, so it's no problem. Yukihime had never worked before since it seems she was a princess of a destroyed country. Now she was a cook. She seems to have fun since there are other demi-human girls like her. I was polishing the windows with a Sprite cleaner and a handkerchief. I was polishing them. Just then, I heard footsteps approaching. I turned and bowed in greeting. Good morning, Gerald-sama. A tall man, black hair combed back, was coming along with some official servants. His clothes were elegant for a man from the countryside. His black eyes exuded a sense of toughness and flexibility at the same time. His perfectly trimmed beard showed that he took pride in it. Good morning, working hard? Yes. Nothing makes me happier than to serve such a magnificent person who allows me to stay here and use one of his rooms. The man, Gerald, belonged to a very important family in the game. The House of Viscount Offeret. In the game, Gerald's older brother became the new patriarch who officially declared Lily as the saint. He was also the one who married her off to one of the idiots. Therefore, this man's family is important for Lily's future as a saint, since at this time, the temple is going through a crisis, thanks to me. The previous patriarch, a guy named Lamberg, was murdered by these hands that were now wrinkling the handkerchief to get all the dirty water out of it that had accumulated. I killed him since the bastard was one of the carriers of the deadly sin. Killing him was no problem. The problem comes in who will succeed him. There are currently several cardinals, among them the current head of Offarai household. His rank in the temple was a cardinal, from bishop he rose through the ranks to cardinal. There were lesser ranks, but none of them matter since without equal to that church of my former life. Among all those cardinals, only one can become a patriarch. Currently, as far as I have found out, it seems that the favorite to win is the Offarai household. They were Lily's allies upon discovering that she could hear the voice of the goddess Alexia. "Excuse me, bring us some drinks, tea, would that be all right?" "Yes, sir. We'd like that," replied the staff members in unison. I said goodbye and went to the kitchen to prepare tea. So no response. "We are sorry, but they refuse to withdraw. They say we invaded their territory with secret assassins sent in. They are upset about that." The talk between Margrave Gerald and the official servants was about the current situation in the territory. They were at war. I listened unintentionally as I am the only servant here. I brought a wheelbarrow with tea, desserts, and an ashtray as they like to smoke. The room starts to reek of tobacco. Worst of all, after hearing what they say, there's no doubt, it's that event. In the game they were normal timed and random events. They were via internet connection. This event was one of the most famous. It was because its background was an almost exact representation of the story of Tsunomata Castle. I remember that story. General Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of Oda Nobunaga's generals, was trying to invade Inabayama Castle. It was very difficult to do so because of its location. So they decided to go on a crazy night adventure and built one. The next morning the war of that castle that appeared out of nowhere started. It was very popular, that story, so it's no surprise that they did events like that. But that's not what made this event popular. It was the villainous Gerald's wife. She betrays her husband in pure Akaki Mitsuhide to Oda Nobunaga style. She sold her territory to the enemy kingdom. A country called Astoria Kingdom. That country is the one we are currently fighting with. Gerald dies at the hands of his treacherous wife. But she does not survive, as she is later, like Mitsuhide, killed in the back. That's why this event was one of the most popular. It was also one of the most terrifying. If everything goes the same, in a few days the event should happen. Therefore, to guarantee the future of Lily's saint, I will have to protect Gerald. I can't become his right-hand man being a novice in the service of cleaning and caring for the nobles. Also one of the most terrifying. All things being equal, in a few days the event should happen. Therefore, in order to guarantee Lily's future as a saint, I will have to protect Gerald. I can't become his right-hand man being a novice in the service of cleaning and caring for the nobles. I am one. But I myself don't know how a real nobleman behaves. According to the diplomats, one of the representatives will be coming soon to discuss ceasefire terms. How long will it take? We don't know. We will be informed when he arrives. Gerald's face showed discomfort at what the official said. Every day that goes by, more lost we have by the battlefield. His face looked pained. What a good man he is. Someone knocked on the door. Without even waiting for the order to enter, it was opened and I saw who it was. Gerald's wife, the legitimate owner of this territory, Celestine von Lautreamont. A woman with beautiful, long, curly violet-pink hair that reached her shoulders. Her dress was black as night, in certain parts of her body a black cloth was visible. But the most interesting thing about her was her face. She wore a copper mask which concealed her. Not even her eyes were visible, it was very frightening. Her husband showed an expression of displeasure. What do you want, Celestine? I was just coming to tell you to stop wasting your time here. There are more important things to worry about, like shipping and buying supplies. The expression on Gerald's face worsened further. We're talking about something important. Mind your own business. Even if you say that, I just see you smoking and drinking tea. You call that important? His wife turned and walked out, slamming the door very hard. She was quite the villainess it showed. Gerald sighed and then said, "Carry on where we were." They resumed the conversation. "Yes. We got the report that they are still fighting monsters while their army just watches. That just made me wonder one thing. Why on earth were they sending monsters? North side of Lautreamont territory. In a huge meadow which had no mountains around it, a bloody battle was going on. On one side, there were the men sent from the Empire and their own territory. Brave and courageous adventurers of B and A rank were present, as well as knights of prestigious houses. There were about 3,000 warriors fighting on the side of the Empire. While, on the invading side, there were 30,000 enemy forces. The number was brutal, but it was not because they were normal humans. That's right, they were not human, mostly. The Astoria Kingdom used monsters thanks to an in-game item called the Demonic Flute. A cursed item created by who knows when. Just like a dog whistle. The monsters were controlled by a sweet frequency that only they could run away from and brainwashed them at the same time. The soldiers of the Empire were running in that meadow carrying their weapons. Swords, spears, axes, rifles, staffs. They even used heavy artillery from Duke Fitzclarence, who created long-range cannons. In the rear the soldiers placed a steel bullet as big as a basketball. A magician would write a rune on it to activate a spell. It was fired a while later and turned into a bird. His target was a flying monster known as a Dayside Mercy. It was a very large bat that attacked using its sonar. The cannonball hit it and turned it to ashes. She was not the only one. On the ground, a soldier was running with his rifles. He aimed at his enemy, which was a giant millipede that moved like a gazelle. He fired his rifle, and the bullet turned into a golden snake which bit the millipedes, electrocuting it to death and ashes. About 20 meters to his left, a tiger-eared man was using his fists to fight a giant rat. The rat was bigger than he was. But the beastman did not give up. He used his mixed martial arts and punched the rat in the stomach. He leapt into the air and with a spinning kick smashed the rat's skull. It wasn't the only one, more rats saw that and came closer to attack. But a wizard used a spell that cooked them all. The black ash rose in the sky, disappearing. Near that place, in a field full of flowers, 3 adventurers with spears were facing a giant eye. A grotesque creature similar to a human eye with tentacles that had other eyes. The large eye was half open. The other eyes shot out laser beams that could melt skin at the slightest touch. While the big eye, which was kept closed to avoid drying out, turned all living and non-living beings into stone. Its danger level was A+++. Monsters had danger level. It was based on the ranking of the adventurers themselves who faced them and learned from them. There is from Class E, which is the weakest, to Class A, which is the strongest. There is an extra class, but that was not found here. The adventurers screamed in ecstasy as they ran and avoided the laser beams of the giant eye. Their shields were melted and they used anything to avoid the slightest contact. One of them used his spear as a pole vault. The giant eye's eyes could not see in all directions as they would get dizzy. That was its weakness. After standing behind the monster, he pierced its body like a needle to a balloon. His companions approached and also pierced the monster, that ended up turning into ashes. Victory was assured for the adventurers who had great combat experience. But as long as they were here, they would not have it so easy. Nearby, a man fell to the ground in 2, he had been cut in half. His comrades could not believe their eyes. Their leader was strong, but the monster that took him out was much stronger. For he was part of the green race, the race that gives the most experience commensurate with its danger. The ogres. Green monsters with fangs, some bald and some with hair. Their eyes were red as blood. Their muscles were larger than those of a normal human being. The ogre that was almost 3 meters tall laughed. His laugh was just like a radio detecting static. He pulled out his big gun, and his life was over. He was cut in half, not only him. His allies were sliced like cheese. There, a man was standing among those remains that turned to ash. His stomach was bandaged, his muscular arms were uncovered as well as his strong chest. His face was very serious, his eyes were blue, he wore a red bandana with 3 sixes making a circle for the yellow-green diamond lying there. The adventurers shouted for joy at the sight of him. Guildmaster Jerome. The capital's guildmaster, a man named Jerome, was about the same height as an ogre. Behind him, a group of other muscular, gruff men drew their weapons. Jerome grinned as he puffed out his chest. He shouted to his comrades. "You bastards, today's the day you'll stop sitting around drinking and lounging around. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed on the battlefield. I want to kill a lot of monsters and get promoted to S rank. In your dreams, ha ha ha." Jerome and his comrades ran to the places where they needed help or were stronger opponents. Some went running towards a group of spider queens. Others went straight to fight trolls. Very tall monsters that looked like tree branches and their skin was pale. While the remaining ones went running to fight tank orcs. They were wearing heavy armor with large shields. The battlefield was a place to gain honor and prestige. And Jerome wasn't a nobody for not being almost a legend. Despite being of commoner origin, despite not having touched a battlefield in 15 years. It seemed like only yesterday that his last war ended. Among the outstanding adventurers, Jerome was the only one with a very unusual nickname. He was approaching a group of giant bears. Their bodies were red and their front paws were similar to the thickness of an elephant's trunk. Some even had horns and 4 front legs. Jerome bit his thumb. His finger was in the air. Suddenly, the air around him began to become a blur. It wasn't because of anyone but Jerome himself. He was using his magic, a type categorized as lost magic. It was called that since replicating or studying it was very difficult. In Jerome's hand materialized a metal scythe. It stood twice his height and the blade was so long that the edge could be compared to the edge of a bed. This man was known as one of the greatest and strongest A-ranked adventurers, Iron Jerome. Swinging his scythe, Jerome cut through the bears as if they were butter. A large red stain covered the place along with the guts of the monsters. Jerome sliced all the bears one by one. At the end of a few seconds, there were none left alive. Then, "Here it comes. Run!" Jerome smiled as he heard a real prey coming. From the ground he could see how the earth was being pushed by something. Some monsters were falling and screams could be heard. Jerome waved his scythe like an umbrella. "Here it is! Here it is! Here it is at last!" Opening a large hole in the ground, an earth-eating worm was visible to all. Their size was unknown as they hid half of their body underground. Normally an earth-eating worm is not a threat as it only feeds on solid rock, but this one was not like those. It had accidentally tasted human blood and when that, it only meant one thing. A man-eating worm. On its sharp teeth was blood. It snarled at everyone present. But Jerome just smiled. "Let's see if you can amuse me." With those words, Jerome jumped straight at the monster. The monster opened its hideous mouth and its fangs were visible. It quickly approached towards Jerome, and it was all over. Chapter 47 Enemies of the Empire. Ha ha ha, and when he tried to eat me I tore his whole mouth open. It was nighttime in the territory's camp of adventurers and knights. Jerome was sitting near a campfire with his comrades chatting merrily. He was telling them how he fought 7 man-eating worms and defeated them all. Currently a reserve group was watching the enemy camp and the surrounding area to check if there were no enemies nearby. The adventurers and knights who fought hard were exhausted and now relaxing. Part of their relaxation was drinking and eating, the second was the cook serving them food. "Everyone, please line up." Yukiheim wore an apron and served the food to everyone. Her honest and soothing smile filled them with happiness. Even those who were blindfolded smiled at the sight of her. It was a relaxing time until Here comes! A man shouted from the far side. A large cloud of smoke from an explosion occurred at that instant. Jerome and the others were preparing to attack. As they approached to see who their enemy was, they were astonished. Only one. In that cloud of smoke, only one person was reflected. He took a few steps forward and slowly his appearance could be seen. Jerome and the others were astonished to see who their enemy was. You are. On the outskirts of Lautreamont territory, where the Astoria Kingdom's territory began, a castle was where some carriages entered. They were enemy knights of the Empire, which carried bags of food, water, and weapons onto the carriages. Many carriages went in and out from time to time. That castle was their secret base. A few kilometers away was the enemy camp. Tents and torches were set up early in the morning. The soldiers were intact but tired. Wasn't it strange? It was. But it was because of what they were doing. Get in at once. They were forcing the monsters that didn't go to battle and the ones that came back alive, into their cages. Even if the monsters were forced to fight for the humans, they were under no obligation to do so once the effect of the flute wore off. All the monsters that were small and medium-sized were caged, many of them were put in the cages together. Others in solitary due to their aggressiveness, and the biggest ones were lulled to sleep with food. Astoria's kingdom did this thanks to its guests who gave their help. They were in the castle. The interior was a beautiful white decorated with precious ornaments and fine rugs. Even stuffed animals to make it more elegant. In the dining room, at a large square table, two people were sitting at the ends eating a very luxurious dinner. One of them was a very repulsive man. It wasn't because his appearance was that of a dwarf man with an excessive amount of fat on his body which showed on his plump neck. It was because of how he ate. A feast was on his side of the table. The food was enough to feed an entire village. He introduced meat, potatoes, and corn at the same time. He would use the cutlery to cut the food and then eat it. The way he drank the wine was very unpleasant. The man, with the bald head which glistened from the lights, had a little hair on the sides and was orange in color, his eyes were blue and a thin caterpillar mustache-like mustache. That repulsive man was not just any nobleman, much less from Astoria. He was one of the three great lords of the Ideal Empire. He was also one of the most important men, the Archduke Taylor van Coleman. The Archduke was speaking to his company. Tell me again why Gan did not come and you did. At the other end, swirling the wine in his golden glass, a man with very handsome facial features was enjoying his drink. He was crossing his legs in a very feminine way. His armor was a beautiful black color which was adorned with bright colors to make it look sleek. His wine-red hair was tied in a small ponytail, his bright green eyes were looking tenderly at the contents of his glass. He was wiping the edges of his painted lips with his index finger which like his other nails was with nail polish and false nails. That man was none other than the Archduke's bodyguard, one of the 4 Dark Knights, Esterosa van Leven. In an effeminate tone, no with the voice of a woman he was saying to him. My dear Archduke, don't you remember? Gan has been missing for months, that rascal must be somewhere, he has always been like that. I know. But there's Aldous and that man too, said the Archduke as he wiped the grease sweating on his forehead. Esterosa before answering took a sip from her cup and then spoke. Aldous won't come, you should know he hates all of you, he only moves if the Emperor orders him to, and the same to that man, he only moves if the Emperor tells him to do so. You should be grateful you were available despite my very busy schedule, Yufufu. Taylor felt dislike towards Esterosa, it was because of his overly effeminate tone and behavior. If he were a girl, he wouldn't mind her company. He went back to eating after watching Esterosa file his false nails. Not before remembering something. I forgot, did Astoria say anything about the payment yet? I'm still waiting for the diplomats to tell me something, it seems the envoy to these lands is taking his time. Anyway, Archduke, why did you accept a payment if you are rich? In the Ideal Empire, each Archduke is superior to all the nobles, being second only to the Emperor. Among the 3, the Archduke Taylor has the most money due to his under-the-table dealings. The motto of the empire was an ideal country to live in, but his actions were not worthy of that title. Like the Dark Knights, the Archdukes were enemies of Lily. Among the three, Taylor was the first to appear since, just like the game, he agreed to support a foreign country for money. Esterosa was the one who found the demonic flute, the monsters were tamed by him. So it was convenient to bring it despite his dislike. At the same time, the flute was listed as a national treasure. The event was going on just like in the game. Esterosa stood up and went to the window. He could see the camp from his position. There, in that darkness, he stared at a sleeping creature. Of all the monsters, you are the most annoying little guy to train. You only listened to me because I told you we were going to a fun place. Yufu, what a monster for more interesting. Sleeping in a cell, a large creature was snoring. Surrounding it was a large pile of bones that were its food. No one was going near that cell. Morning came. The battlefield was in chaos. Yukiheim and the other non-combatants were taken by carriage straight to the Margrave's mansion. Many corpses of adventurers were lying around. Jerome lay on the ground. He was trying to get up little by little. Damn, what the hell is this guy? In a cloud of smoke that was slowly disappearing, a very tall man, over 6 feet tall, was clearing the debris from his armor. Its armor was black as night, it looked like the starry sky itself. Likewise, it looked very scary. His entire body with the exception of his head was covered by the armor. His hair was tousled and unruly, as were his menacing eyes, they were black. With a scar in the middle of his nose and wickedly shaped eyebrows, he looked at Jerome. That man was a knight of Astoria. In Astoria Kingdom, knights go through rough training to become strong. If they can achieve accomplishments, they will become earls, count of the frontier. But this man is different. Why did the black hero come? He was a hero. To be declared a hero in Astoria, you must fight 1,000 opponents in a row non-stop in the Colosseum. Or bring back the head of an enemy general. This man did double both. The reason he came to fight, even though his comrades had never once set foot on the battlefield, was unknown. Wolfgang Firestray was his name, but because of how hard he was to remember, all the players called him Wolf. Wolf pulled his sword out of the ground. That sword was black as the eyes of an animal, it reflected nothing but evil from its aura, but it was not a cursed or demonic sword. It was a sacred sword. And not just any sword, it was one of the 7 sacred swords. According to the lore of the game, the original sword belonged to the first sword saint and was destroyed in his struggle to unify the empire. In the end, the remains of that sword were collected by the founders of the Temple of the Three Gods. 7 of them were made. Of those 7, one of them is in the hands of this man. How did this happen? They were stolen centuries ago and then hidden by the same thieves. It was clearly to sell them, but their plan backfired and they were lost. Wolf's sword was called Bombung. It allowed him to unleash his magical power to the fullest, which was, "You guys are a pain in the ass, I want to sleep and eat something, I'll end this instant." Erdbeben. A transparent glow ran through the sword, which was trembling. Wolf's body was glowing as well. He placed both hands on the sword and then on his back. With a shout from his attack, he quickly swung it straight to the ground, but stopped inches away so that lightly the tip touched him. In that split second, a massive earthquake controlled by the sword erupted. The earth began to split in two and several terrains began to rise. Jerome grabbed hold of one of them, as did his allies. It seemed that the earth would rise and then return to its original position. Many soldiers were swallowed up by the earth. Despite the fact that Jerome was strong, the black hero was on the same level as a sword saint. Not for nothing was he an enemy in the game that Jake had a hard time defeating despite not being a swordsman. "Go away, all of you, quickly!" Jerome shouted for his comrades to flee. But at that moment, his hope came. "It's very shameful of you to behave, Guildmaster. Even if your enemy is strong, you should not consider retreat. It is a motto of the Empire, it is not beautiful your decision. Jerome, seeing whose voice that was, made a bad expression. I don't want a freak like you telling me that. This guy is stronger than me. Humph. We'll see about that, said the man with shining armor, fashionably coiffed hair, and just like his eyes was light blue. This man was Lucius Erzberger, a sword saint, and also a pay capture target. Lucius gave Wolf a dirty look. You are not beautiful at all. Just look at that scar, allowing your body to be scarred is not beautiful at all. Wolf looked at him and said, who the hell is this freak? Lucius showed a blue streak at being called that. With a graceful pose as he waved his white cloak he said, let your ugly eardrums marvel at hearing the most beautiful thing in the world, my name, I am none other than. I don't care. Wolf quickly lunged to attack Lucius, he was faster than Jerome, but even Wolf himself was rendered speechless by what he saw. Lucius' sword moved on its own and stopped his attack. It was pulled out of its sheath and then held by a strange silver jelly coming out of Lucius' back. Before he could ask what it was, he was pushed straight back hard. How did he do that? No, more importantly, how the hell did he do that while closing his eyes and talking? And that's my name, I hope you were amazed at such beauty of my origin, why is my precious runting out of its sheath? Did my beauty make you want to mirror me in it? Ha ha ha, no doubt you are the inheritance left by my ancestor, the second sword saint of the country. Listening to him chatter, Wolf only paid attention to one word. He didn't do it. Did it move by itself? What the hell is going on here? Wolf didn't understand what happened, but he paid it no mind. Wolf's sword began to glow. I don't care what it is, you won't interfere with my goal. Humph. You are a very annoying enemy and not at all beautiful. No doubt the palace did the right thing by sending me here despite the fact that it should be my vacation. Very well. I'll finish you off in the name of the prestigious house. Shut up already, you're irritable. We agree on that, shouted the Empire soldiers as Lucius and Wolf clashed. At the same time, at the Margrave's mansion, Celestine was sneaking into her husband's personal room. The lights were off and the curtains closed. She removed a box larger than herself, and behind it was a safe. She entered the password number, a magic circle was where she wrote the numbers. If she misspelled even one, an alarm would sound. Once the safe recognized the password, it barricaded. A large amount of bills was in there. In a laundry bag, she stuffed some money, there were clothes inside so it was a perfect camouflage. Then he proceeds to close the safe and put the box in place. Sneakily she left the room and there stood nearby a maid with a wheelbarrow. Here is this month's amount. Don't let anyone see you. Yes. The maid took the laundry bag and placed it with the other bags. Some of them had shiny objects in them. Watching her go, Celestine murmured. All for the sake of my wish. Without a doubt, the villainess was on the move. Chapter 48 Prophetic Dream. Today was a lot of work, so I went straight to sleep. But there's something weird. I'm in a totally white room. Where the hell am I? I can't feel my body, but for some reason I feel like I've been here before. What's that? There's a small black dot in the distance. I can't walk, but just like stretching in the mornings, I can try to go to that spot. The stretching was so annoying that I don't know if the fatigue I feel is psychological or real. The spot was getting bigger and a silhouette was there. When I approach to be very close to that figure, the first thing I say is, "What the hell are you doing here?" Because of how incredible my imagination is, obviously this is a dream, it is impossible for something like this to happen, yes, it is a dream. Since, it's impossible that Queen of the Vampires, Astria, the bearer of the sin of sloth is in front of my eyes. And what's more, playing on a computer with 3 monitors at the same time. Definitely the woman sitting in a comfortable gamer chair, whose long hair is blood red just like her eyes. She is someone who must be dead since I killed her. She was playing a multiplayer game while eating French fries and a diet soda on the side. Don't fuck with me. This is too surreal. If there was an anime, manga, or light novel that did that, viewers would be criticizing the production team for being so unhinged. It seems like she noticed my presence, but it's a hallucination from my weird dream. Oh, it's you, kid. Yes, it's a dream, she can't be talking to me. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Please let me wake up already, this dream stresses me out more. Razel, stop thinking it's a dream, it's not. I was speechless as it is so absurd that she knew not only my name, but also says this is not a dream. She grabbed the diet soda and threw it at me. Wait, why does my face feel wet? No, it doesn't. Tell me it's not true. Her clothes were a totally normal outfit of a normal girl at home, shorts and a blouse that showed her belly button. She stood up and then touched my nose. This is not funny anymore. Make me wake up. Idiot, stop thinking it's a dream. Well, it is, but it's not the kind of dream you think it is. Let me explain it correctly. You're in a state of deep sleep. It's what happens when your mind wanders so much and your brain disconnects from reality. It's because of that we can talk. And in a way, I wanted to talk to you. I don't understand this turn of events. Astria sat down on a hamburger-shaped cushion. I'm freaking out. Her large breasts gave a slight bounce as a nightstand appeared on the side with a plate of snacks. You're wondering how come I'm alive and this whole place isn't? Well, starting with your question. No, I'm not alive, I'm dead. Or rather, you killed my existence, but thanks to the vampire virus, a small part of me lives in your body, which goes through genetic alteration changes. You remember, don't you? I told you that you now possessed the blood in your body, it's thanks to that we can chat, a small fraction of me and that thing are in your body. That's when I interrupted her after her interesting and mysterious talk. That. Yes, that's why I refer to the sin of sloth as you call it. I told you that some time ago a shadow appeared to me and told me that if I wanted power that I should accept it. Well, that thing is in your body. Don't worry, because you killed me and the virus is in your body. It was momentarily destroyed but its power sleeps in your right arm. I looked at my right arm, though I couldn't really see it. I've wanted to talk to you for a long time but I couldn't, but it's because of this that we can talk. I learned a lot from you. For example, this thing you call air conditioning is wonderful. The coolness it gives is amazing. A small air conditioner appeared out of nowhere. I can replicate things you have seen, touched, or tasted from your previous life. Let's just say I'm an unwanted guest. So, I'll help you as payment for living here. Payment. That's right. You see. Astria stood up and a map appeared on the side. I told you this in our combat, but this world is following a course straight to its checkmate. It's already gone into crisis and soon the coup de grace will come. The whole thing was starting to scare me. If we don't stop the threats that are already harming this world, you and yours will die. I spoke because of what she said. Please wait. You're going too fast, what do you mean threats? If you know about me, you should know that the only threats are demon kings and dark knights. That's why you're half an idiot. Listen well. Astria's mouth moved to say the most frightening thing I thought I'd ever thought to hear in my new life. Your real enemy is out there. The demon kings are just a nuisance, leave them alone and they will kill each other. If your memories are true, then 2 of them will go hunt down the others on the demon continent. Forget about Desmond, that guy is a minor threat, the real threat is the other 6 ghosts. 6 ghosts? Yes. The other bearers of the deadly sins. You were able to defeat me, but that was because I was weak and I wasn't serious. If I had been serious, you'd be dead. You say that, but the thing is, I beat you. Thanks to when I woke up, I could feel the presence of 3 of them active. The others are sleeping, it seems. Ghosts sleep? I could detect that all 3 of them are in these locations. She pointed her finger at different locations. If my memory serves me correctly, the first one is in the Holy Kingdom, where that sacred tree or something like that is. The second one is in the Ideal Empire, just like the game, and the third one. I was again taken aback. This dream had been one of many surprises. The Arclight Empire itself. No way. I killed that Lambert guy, he must have been the sin of lust. I stopped Cid and maybe Eli from becoming guests. Why is there one at home? I don't understand this. It's very bad, besides. You must seek them out. Make them release their hidden power and then destroy them. With what exactly? Your arm. Look. I looked at my right arm and a shadow was surrounding it. Wait, how can I see my arm? Thanks to the virus, I was able to develop a countermeasure against them. Those spirits are curses. Beings that were born from the same being to terrorize this world. Ah! Don't ask me how I know that or their identity, since that was known to the real me. I'm just the leftovers. I don't have accurate memories of many things, and that's why I wanted to tell you. I could forget about it. This is very serious, damn it. The whole world is in danger again and I have no idea how to avoid it. Since those curses are annoying, your right arm can now erase the curse of any kind. Right now, Razel, you are the only one who can save this world. Forget about the game, the capture targets and the saint. The important thing is to stop those 6 and Epstein. That's something I always wanted to know. Who the hell is Epstein and what do you want me to do? Kill it. I don't know if that person is still alive, but if you get to see it, eliminate it right then and there. Since opening the door, nothing is the same anymore. Hey, you're confusing me. Slow down. Who's really my enemy? Dark times are coming, possibly. You won't need to wait 4 years for the end of the world. Hey, Astria, tell me what the hell you want me to do. Hey, don't walk away. Come back. Astria. I woke up in my bed. No, on the floor of my room. I really don't understand what that dream was. Epstein? Ghosts? Can the end of the world come sooner? My head definitely hurts just trying to think of what the hell it was that I saw. If only I had brought Amy. Oh, that's right, she's mad at me. Amy, help me. I made myself in my pants thinking that the sin of pride might possess you like in the game. Chapter 49 Female Knight. Just as Astria said, since that dream, everything started to get worse. Bring more bandages. The bleeding won't stop. We need body bags. The war situation has worsened so much, that without realizing it, we reached September, the last 10 days of the month left. The vacation of the 3rd school semester came long ago. I have not been able to write home, it's all because of the war. Apparently, the Kingdom of Astoria has sent monsters so strong that even our A-rank adventurers and knights of notable houses haven't been able to fight them. While helping a guy who had his leg devoured, I overheard the maidservant's conversation. I heard that they have pushed back our forces again. They have retreated to the point where the battlefield is in our yard. I am afraid that the situation will get worse. I heard that the Sword Saint, Envoy, has been fighting non-stop against an enemy knight ever since. Even the capital's guild master can't against that man. To our good fortune, I heard that allies will arrive no later than tonight. Nobles and neighboring knights. That's good. I was thinking of fleeing, but I have nowhere else to live but here. True, but it is thanks to that person that the situation is stabilized. Our forces may be retreating, but she's taking care of most of it. She? Yes. One of the 12 candidates to be the next Sword Saint is here. And she's a woman. The 12 candidates to be the next Sword Saint. A group of the finest knights or swordsmen this generation may have produced. Lambert, one of the capture targets, is part of them, but because he is more important than the others is that he is part of the three swords, the three candidates with the greatest potential to be the next saint. Also, the other two of that trio are paid capture targets. This crappy game was always looking for how to make players invest their money in the least unexpected. Anyway, that caught my attention. Was there a woman among those 12? Since nothing was ever revealed about the other 9, I wouldn't actually be surprised if it was. I wonder what she looked like? The battlefield was getting worse and worse. The terrain was shattered. The Allied forces had to retreat due to the huge gap of enemy forces. Some samurai kobold were running on all fours, straight at some knights. They wore katana-like weapons in their mouths. Being close to their enemy, the kobold, dog-like creatures, stood on their hind legs and grabbed their katanas. The combat was intense. The monsters backing Astoria's army had grown in number. Not only that, new monsters were attacking. A small group of goblins were approaching. They were riding hell boars. A hell boar is the same as a normal boar with the difference that its body burns in flames. There were different types of goblins depending on the game. Goblins, trolls, orcs and ogres, all of them were considered goblins because they belonged to the green race, the weakest race in RPG games. In this Otome game, they were special, some of them had specific jobs. Scouts, thieves, assassins, and the current ones, shamans. Goblins who were born with the ability to use magic power. They could create their own staffs using small magic stones. Their clothing was a hood as if they were part of a cult. They were throwing fireballs while laughing. One adventurer was pointing his rifle at them. They were laughing thinking that their giant fireballs could crush him. But the adventurer had experience fighting strong enemies. Since he was "Eat this!" Leonard von Algrund, one of Razel's fathers-in-law. His adventurer's name was Leo, a burly, manly man with a scar on his face. Leonard came to fight as a B-rank adventurer. The bullet he fired turned into a fiery snake which engulfed the boar, causing an explosion. While at another end of the same place, an old man with a long white beard was casting a spell. Dark magic, necromancy. He belonged to the 10 holy mages, position number 8, Gregor von Exner, another father-in-law of Razel. Dark magic was very rare, for Gregor it was natural as it was his attribute by nature. Using his magic, a group of earth dragons rose up. The dragons were the strongest creatures in the game. The earth dragons looked like turtles with giant forelegs. They had been killed before, but Gregor controlled them. The earth dragons raised their forelegs and then a great landslide occurred. The enemies Gregor faced were large goblins, better known as champion goblins. A champion goblin is actually a hobgoblin. The difference between a goblin and a hobgoblin is their size. While a champion goblin is a born warrior for the goblins, they are loyal vassals of the Goblin King, an existence that uses his charisma to control them all. Champion goblins used spears and swords, but they could not get close to Gregor. That's why they used their transport, prairie hyenas. A group of large, dangerous hyenas. The hyenas were either trampled by their paws or by the landslide they caused. While a group of fire dragons, known as salamanders, approached from the rear. The goblins thought they were allies. They were wrong. It was Gregor's trap. The salamanders opened their mouths, a liquid gas came out and then flames. The goblins were burned by the zombie salamanders. Gregor won that battle. But the war continued. Astoria's soldiers were still not fighting. The Empire's forces were getting smaller and tired. Then, a person stood on that battlefield. A knight in shining armor was walking calmly. A large monster was approaching him. It was 8 meters tall, had 50 heads and 100 arms. It was a Hecatonchirus. The large creature was approaching, tearing apart allies and enemies alike. It was an A+++ class monster. That person, that female knight, she has a blue headband on her head, plum-colored neck-length hair that is tied in a ponytail in the back with a chin-length fringe, light purple eyes. She was in her 20s or slightly older. She was part of the 12 candidates to be the next Sword Saint, Emily Crossbell was. Her armor was silver with borders and decorations the color of her eyes. In her left hand she held a beautiful shield the size of half her body. In the middle of that shield, called Aegis, a beautiful sword with a golden bluish edge was drawn. The sword was part of the 7 sacred swords. Emily was not a character in the game, so it was unknown how she obtained it. She rested both hands on the sword. A mysterious glow of the same color emanated from it. The glow increased with each step the monster took. Standing very close, Emily shouted, "Shine with intensity! Oppo!" The light shone so brightly, that even under that bright sun, the glow of her sword shone brighter. A golden blue light shot out from his sword heading towards the monster. That monster was hit, and seconds later it was destroyed, turning into ashes. Not only that monster, all those behind it were wiped out. This was the power of one of the 7 sacred swords and also the power of one of the 12 candidates. On that day, the victory of the Empire was momentarily decided. Things on the battlefield were getting intense. Several weeks passed and at last the diplomat from Astoria Kingdom came. I was standing at the gate to greet him. A handsome young man was walking along with several soldiers. That man had very pale skin, his hair was purplish red and his eyes were reddish blue. A piercing in his right ear and under his eyes, he appeared to be anemic. The man upon arriving at the door was greeted by the head butler. I heard his name unintentionally. "Welcome, Husira Grandin-sama, we have been expecting you." For some reason I felt familiar with that name. After crossing the door they were led to the room where Gerald was. After entering, I could tell that the talks to end this war would end. The knights backing him were also outside, there was no one but the diplomats inside. If there was an assassination, it would be obvious who did it. That's why these negotiations were being done behind closed doors, to listen in on their conversations. Does it make sense? Not to me. But it didn't matter. I wanted to hear what they were saying to find out what was going on. "Good to see you, Duke Grandin. Please, let's get started with the negotiations." So he's a duke, hey? Interesting. But, I don't understand politics, so let's hear what they say. Damn, I fell asleep. I just sat there near the door, their conversation was too boring. I couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep. Too bad, too bad. The door opened. Gerald and the others came out. "I'm glad we came to an arrangement." "Me too." "Damn, I want to know what they said." "The other servants around here will keep quiet since I'm an outsider working here. But, if they came to an agreement, it means that soon this chaos will be over, right? Tomorrow we will have a party to celebrate what was said today. I'll be looking forward to it." The men shook hands. "I hope this is over now. I want to go home." Chapter 50 Mask. As of last night, a ceasefire occurred. It seems that the whole territory thinks that the war is over. That's fine with me, it means I'll be going home soon. In the morning they were arranging the feast hall for the guests. It was very noble to have parties for anything. In the evening will be the party, so I must work hard today so I can go home soon. In one of the corridors of the Lautreamont mansion, Gerald was walking quietly while smoking his pipe. Yesterday he achieved a great feat after a long time of waiting. The war would soon be over, no doubt. Suddenly his smile faded, it was because of the person he saw. His wife, Celestine, was coming from the same direction. She was still wearing her copper mask even in the daytime. As he passed her, she muttered, "You won't get away with this. You're not one to tell me that." And they continued walking in their respective directions. In a makeshift camp, stood Gregor. He was using a magical tool which one could say was a primitive and fanciful version of a smartphone. "Yes. Please hurry up and come." "Yes. I can't explain it properly, but I have a bad feeling. It feels like everything is going just the way someone wants it to. Yes, yes, I'll be waiting at the appropriate place. The call ended. Gregor finished speaking and then turned to a person behind him. I have a mission for you. It was midday, but the adventurers were drinking. That was because they shouldn't fight anymore. There, a woman was drinking as if she were a man in his 40s. The woman was Gladys Wolford. Her hair was combed to the sides and reached her ears because of how short she was. The color was red like the wine they serve in fine restaurants, her eyes were dark amber. Gladys was a mercenary. She was a different version of adventurers. A mercenary worked for commitment, while adventurers worked for the guild and sometimes for nobles. I was drinking along with some female companions. Gladys was working at the academy as she had a purpose. I want to have a boyfriend. She was almost in her 30s. She entered the academy thanks to an acquaintance. The reason was so that way a student or professor would want to have her as a mistress or concubine. By imperial decree, a mistress or concubine receives economic or social benefits. So no matter what woman she was, she would gain. Nor could she be abandoned by that man. That was the law. She came here recently because she thought she would make some money since she heard there were only monsters. One of her friends told her, "If you're so desperate for a man, look, there are plenty of options there." She turned to see a group of men, posing. It was Jerome and Leonard. Muscle is culture. Muscle training, it's bodybuilding. They were talking nonsense, so she felt no interest. I didn't keep my virginity intact for so many years for some idiot to take me. I want to live a good life under the shoulder of a rich, handsome, successful man. She drank her tankard to the bottom as she cried. The night fell. The feast began. Different nobles, among them Astoria official servants were present. Laughter and friendly chatter echoed in that room. The only person who didn't seem to fit in there was Emily. She was invited since she was the heroine who won yesterday's battle. She wasn't even drinking or eating anything. She was just leaning against the wall. She didn't care if anyone spoke ill of her. She was here for a reason. I want to show my household how strong I am. Emily belonged to a prestigious baronet household which was very small. Her influence with other knights was low. Since she was a little girl, Emily always loved swords. At age 5 was the first time she used one. Her older sister saw her and pushed her. It said, "A woman knight is a joke. Don't generate disgrace in our family." But that didn't matter to her. She loved the sword. Like every little girl, she was read tales of knights and princesses, but for Emily, knights were more interesting. Strong, brave, loyal. They were the perfect example of a warrior. That's why she wanted to be one. It is thanks to a woman, Sword Princess Christina, that women knights are not a joke. It is also due to the first emperor of the Bryce dynasty. The old family dynasty had no heir, so it was time to choose a new one. The first Loic, i.e. the future emperor without being elected, belonged to an unimportant family branch. It was thanks to his mother, who always supported him, that he was able to become emperor. He knew that the laws in the empire with women were terrible. That's why he decided to change them. That was the reason for this world, but more was the will of the game. Several years in the Academy for Knights, one day Emily entered a dungeon. In that dungeon she got lost, and then, she found it. A beautiful sword with a shield in a hole. As the laws in the Empire state, if you find it, it's yours, and if someone wants to take it from you, challenge them to a duel. It's just that the temple couldn't take the sword from Emily. She didn't know it was a sacred sword. Not even the temple, they just wanted it because it was so beautiful and would be in their treasury. Emily wasn't a character in the game, she was just another person in this game world. She didn't notice that Razel was looking at her. The party started smoothly. It seems that the ceasefire talks are going well. I hope so. I approached with a tray of drinks for the guests, Gerald's specific ones, and overheard their conversation. Your brother, Cardinal Offera, seems to be the favorite to be the new patriarch, doesn't he? So he says, but there are other popular cardinals. Even bishops who have influence. It looks like the next patriarch will take longer than it seems. Their conversation was irrelevant to me, after all, did it even matter? For Lily it does, if she becomes a saint. Her importance as a saint is to help me defeat the Demon King. But apparently Astria said to forget about the Demon King and concentrate on the real threat. It's all so confusing. Why couldn't I reincarnate into a simple Otome game or an Arrow one? Is it too much to ask not to complicate my head? I wandered around the room offering drinks until I bumped into an unexpected person. Ah! That person was Cid, what are you doing here? The third prince, Siegburn von Bries. Next to him was an older man with glasses. We pointed at each other out of unexpected surprise. That's what I should say. What are you doing here? I proceeded to tell Cid everything that happened. Why am I not surprised coming from you? It was your father's fault, the Emperor. By the way, who is he? I pointed my face at the man next to him. Oh yes, may I introduce him to you? He is one of my older brothers, Prince number 120 of the Empire. Machias. A pleasure. I said the first thing that popped into my head. Number 120. Sometimes I forgot that guy is the worst man in the country. I understand, but what are they doing here? Several nobles have been gathered here because the matter of this war is taking so long. Usually conflicts are settled quickly either with a private duel or political matters. Since I am a temporary acting duke, I was invited. My elder brother who was here, is my deputy in the Granville territory. True, after defeating Astria, the lawless city was destroyed. Cid became its temporary ruler. I understand that, but what did they call you for? I don't know. Maybe because the two territories are close, perhaps. Cid's older brother spoke up. For us non-heir sons, it is very difficult our situation. I may be older than Crown Prince Sirius, but not being born to the legal wife, the late Empress, we have no chance to enter the competition to be the next Emperor or Prime Minister. But that's good for us, the old imperial families poisoned themselves tell the stories. They even planned conflicts to eliminate those of higher rank. I was certainly glad I was born into a rank that had no relevance. It was both interesting and scary to know what the imperial family is capable of. I'm glad I'm not part of it. But it wasn't the one I was interested in. I was interested in knowing more about the White Knight. I couldn't ask him since, in the game, the White Knight only existed in the ending. Obviously no one has any idea who that knight is today, but they will in the future. Geez, I need a break. I told the chief butler to give me a break, so I headed to the servants' quarters to get some sleep. The corridor light was dark for some reason. In that darkness, I heard a sound. It was a beautiful melody that reminded me of that famous musician, Beethoven. I know, because the same melody was being played in the game. As I approached the door where the music was playing, I opened it a little to see. There, illuminated by the moonlight, was Gerald's wife, playing the piano. The melody was very beautiful, but a tone of sadness was being played. Also, there was something that caught my attention. Her mask was on top of the piano. Her face was uncovered. It was my chance to try to act as a guardian in the shadows and see what her identity looked like. But unfortunately, I was not used to wearing these fancy shoes, so I used a lot of force and ended up opening the door. She noticed my presence, quickly grabbed the mask and put it on. Then, in a gentle tone she said, "Are you okay? But more importantly, what are you doing here?" "Sorry, I was going to the restroom and heard the melody you played, very beautiful by the way. I must get out of here as soon as possible." But she said, avoiding him. "Please sit down." But Sit down, please. She was the madam of this house, I must listen to her, even if I don't want to. What can I do to avoid this situation? I'll be frank with you. Are you a spy for him? I was speechless at what she said. Spy? I'm sorry, but don't I understand anything? Are you sure? Even if I say that. She put her hands under the nightstand and pulled out some documents. Do I have proof of your complicity? I'm tired, this is so weird every time. Sorry, I have no idea what. Are you still playing dumb? Page after page she turned. I know about his financial frauds, I know about the under-the-table deals he's made. I know all about his private life. And yet he still plays dumb? Wait, she's not talking about me, she's talking about her husband. You mean your husband does illegal things? She seemed to understand that I don't know anything. Are you really not one of his spies? Despite the fact that you always stare at me. It was so obvious that I was always seeing her. She relaxed in a disinterested way. Sorry, I seem to have become paranoid already. No, this is serious, don't relax. I'm sorry, but what's this all about? I want to know what's going on here. She settled back in her chair as she told me. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but if you're not one of their chips, I can make you one of mine, how about it? I'll pay you of course. Money is always welcome, but my curiosity about this case is more important. I don't understand what's going on here, could you explain it to me? She seemed reluctant at first, but then relented. How easy? What if I told you, what in this war is something else? Hey! What if I told you that this war was provoked by horrible people? Whose goal was to seize the minerals in this territory and thus sell them to enemies of the Empire to finance their wars? Hey! What the hell? Seriously, what the hell? From the beginning, this territory was mineral to exploit its resources. We were never warriors or soldiers, so if you come from the capital, you should see that this territory is not developed like the others. She's right about that, this territory compared to the ones I've seen seems to be truly in a medieval setting, the others look like it's a futuristic 19th century version. A long time ago, my older brother died, he was the rightful heir. In my situation, as the only daughter, I was forced to inherit the territory. I didn't want to since my father refused to choose other lovers' sons as successor. Then one day, when I turned, I woke up like this. Suddenly, she took off the mask. I was at a loss for words for what I saw. To describe what I saw. Did anyone ever imagine seeing a petrified tree? They say its bark is so rough that it scrapes the fingers. Besides being a very unpleasant sensation to touch because it can have bacteria on it, it is very unpleasant to see and touch one. That is what I was seeing. Celestine's skin was pale grey, it seemed to have cracks. Even her red lips were grey. But, the detail that caught my attention the most. It was her beautiful visible eyes, they were cyan. I woke up like this one day, doctors and healers came to treat me, but no one could detect that it was this disease. But I know what it is. A curse. A curse. Curses are the product of black magic, which is rare to find. One day before my birthday, I was visited by a strange woman who claimed to be a distant aunt. She fed me a dessert, it was my favorite. As I ate it, I watched her hold back her laughter. It was there that I understood, my relatives wanted to take over this territory, my father didn't want that, he didn't trust them. To be the lord of these lands, he cares about his people, that's what I've been doing on the sly. I would take money from my father that he entrusted to me and give it to a maid, who would go to the village and distribute it to all the hungry. Haven't you ever wondered how there is food despite the problems we face? Well, it all comes out of my late father's pockets. My husband, that man's family wants this land, that's why I was forced to marry him even though I've never had an engagement before. I thought for a moment, that fate had smiled on me, but it wasn't. It wasn't. She ducked her head due to his sad tone. I was just used. He secretly took over these lands. His resources, his family wants to be the next patriarch. This plan could never have succeeded if not for the death of the former patriarch. Wait a moment. You're telling me that I caused this? It was me who killed that guy. But it was because he would be a danger to the future. Maybe they had my house or not as a target, but my husband has been busy because he has bought my relatives. It's only me left to prevent him from completely taking over this place. My allies are traitors, I hardly trust anyone. Even if I paid to get help, no one guarantees me that those guys won't betray me. Really, how pitiful I am. Celestine burst into tears. Probably, no, for sure she had been fighting alone all this time. Besides, that this came up just because I decided to eliminate that guy. If what she says is true and it's all a scam, what's this celebration for? A man was approaching Gerald. It was Duke Hugh who came to say goodbye. It was a splendid dinner, my lord. But I must be going. Sure. But one thing, is it done? The Duke smiled at Gerald. Of course. The war will be over when we have gotten rid of some nobles who oppose you. After all, it was for that reason that the war broke out, ha ha ha. Gerald smiled in a wicked way. The enemies of Offarai household have been bothering us for a long time. This is a good opportunity to get rid of them as well as to take over these lands. All in all, that useless woman must be good for something. Indeed it is. Well, I'll retire and report all this to His Majesty. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Likewise. As he watched him go, Gerald thought. Although part of that was a lie, my real goal is to find a new headquarters for the Black Ravens. As the lawless city fell silent, we need a new place to establish our temporary base. All for the sake of taking over this country. The current situation and the game are so distorted that one cannot deduce what is the correct line of events. But what is certain is that once again, the villainess was a victim of this game world. Chapter 51 Dragon Hunt. The morning came. After what Celestine said yesterday, I don't know what to think anymore. It's all bizarre. She's supposed to be the villainess who's supposed to sell this territory, but it turns out to be her husband in truth. What am I supposed to do? Who is my real enemy in this event? I was walking down the street of the territory in my fancy suit when as I raised my head, my gaze and the gaze of certain people met. Ah! One of them has light brown hair styled in a neck-length bob cut, her eyes are turquoise and she was wearing short shorts and a blouse that marked her blue bra. She was Celia von Algrund. While the girl next to her had light ash blonde hair. It was long to her hips, wavy because of how fluffy it looked. She had much of her hair tied in two braided buns that made her look like a little mouse, and amethyst eyes. Her clothes were a long dress like the color of her eyes and white sneakers unlike Celia's boots. Evelyn von Exner was her name. And they are both my fiancés, but, not that we are close. Rather, we have minimal contact. I asked them. Girls, what are you doing here? It was Celia who answered me. We came because our parents are here too. What are you doing here, honey? Hey? Didn't they tell you? I was sent here against my will by our dearest emperor. No. Those two haven't told us anything, rather, it's not like we have anything to talk about in the first place. And, wow! Even if they along with Eli and Lily are my girlfriends, it doesn't mean they are or we are close. It's a hair, which reminds me a bit of my old family, separated. Now Evelyn was saying to me. Razel-san, can you accompany us? Accompany you where exactly? My dad asked me to go get. Evelyn stopped talking and leaned close to my ear. A dragon. Hey. I was surprised by what they said. But now that I noticed, they had a small travel suitcase with stuff in it. They were my girlfriends, though we didn't interact much. And I should calm down about yesterday. I told them. No problem. For some reason, Celia seemed happy. Will this be the beginning of my harmonious harem? This is not what I imagined when I said I wanted my harem harmonious. We were in a nearby forest. I was carrying the girls' bags. My back was heavy. The only good thing was that since we were going up a hill, their butts were in my view. Evelyn's white underwear with teddy bears was visible, but Celia's was not. I just watched as her shorts showed off her big round butt. I wonder if Barbara's butt had been like that in her teens? We were a long way out of town. When we got to the top, Evelyn said, "Thanks for carrying our stuff, Razel-san, you can rest." I dropped the suitcases on the ground and fell on my butt. Celia stretched her arms, showing her belly. The fresh country air feels good. We're not in the countryside though, Celia-chan. Don't worry about trifles. More important, honey. Celia approached me. I'm hungry. Apparently they have food to cook outdoors, and none of them know how to cook. That means. I get it. I proceeded to cook for my girls. Thanks for the food. Same here. Me and the girls were saying thank you for the food we ingested. Since we were full, we had to wait for the food to melt in our stomachs. As this is a unique opportunity for me, as we never interact despite being in the same classroom. By the way, Evelyn, what do you wish to hunt a dragon for? Well, my father said that the dragon he saw is a two-headed one, a mutant dragon so to speak. It escaped mind control and went somewhere in this area. Apparently having two heads equals having two brains and maybe two hearts, since two brains need a lot of oxygen, which equals a lot of blood carrying that oxygen. Both, me and Celia had no idea what the heck she was talking about. I admit, I'm not smart, but she was. To put it in simpler words. It's a specimen that my father would like to keep almost intact its organs. He's not interested in keeping him alive since he can use his necromancer magic to momentarily resurrect him. I see. Though in itself, I don't understand anything. So, how were you two planning on defeating it alone? Originally it was going to be just me, but I ran into Celia-chan yesterday and told her about it and she decided to help me. That's because you're so weak, you can use level 4 magic, but you're still using a staff. That surprised me. Evelyn is level 4 magic, meaning she is one of the most powerful young ladies in this country. Come to think of it, what kind of level will mine be? That doesn't answer my question. Evelyn and Celia took out some interesting weapons from their respective suitcases. Evelyn's was a metal staff with a blue gem in the center, while Celia wielded some long guns. Evelyn's staff was a random item from the game, it was called Muse. I remembered it as it sounds like dessert. While Celia was using some pistols that should be Jake's. He called them Grimnir. Probably. Jake hadn't been around the day they were auctioned and that's why she bought them. Believe it or not, I have an adventurer's name, Cecilia the Fleeting Bullet. And I'm rank C. I just have my 5-pointed magic. It's the combination of almost all the elements achieving a rainbow of danger. That sounded really cute but a little scary too. Alright, let's get going. After putting the food away, we proceeded to look for that dragon. 2 or maybe 4 hours passed. It was morning when I left the mansion. The sun was still high still. After much walking, we found a place where the dragon was resting. There were corpses around, it was feasting no doubt. Its body was large, at least 10 meters. Celia used a magic item in the shape of a bat, but it was called a golem. The golem was similar to a drone, which watched over the dragon and also seemed to analyze it. The magic was truly frightening to the point that I no longer knew what was fantasy and what was science fiction. Celia proceeded to explain the plan. Right. Honey, your magic was electricity, right? Yes. Well, dragons are sensitive to electricity, so you'll electrocute it and then I'll shoot it and Evelyn will finish it off with her magic. Right. X2. We proceeded to make the plan. I threw a lightning spear at it. It landed on his back, the dragon felt it and then Celia proceeded to attack it. Eat this. She pointed the weapons and then a multicolored magic circle appeared. A large beam of light appeared. It also fell on the dragon. Now came Evelyn to finish this. Star magic, Uranus collision. Evelyn's staff pointed to the sky, a magic circle appeared and then as if it was rain. A great shower of meteorites of light was falling straight at the dragon. After a few seconds of waiting, it seemed to be all over. The dragon lay dead in that place that reeked of sulfur. I like things to end this quickly. We approached to check if there was no damage. Evelyn was analyzing it. As I watched that, Celia spoke to me. I forgot, honey, you need to send those two a letter. They're really bad. Hey? Something wrong with Lily and Eli. I'd say they're not right in the head, but besides that, they look down as they're thinking about your situation. I wanted to ask her. And you're not despite being my girlfriend too. But I kept quiet. Evelyn after a while of checking that her brain and heart are fine. It's perfect, now let's go back to get help to bring it. Suddenly, she became silent. But I understood why. A big shadow appeared over our heads. As we turned to look, we were astonished. It was a dragon. And not just any dragon. It was a dragon whose bones we could see. I recognize it. In the whole game there was only one dragon like that. It was the Dark Dragon King, Belphegor. The reason you could see his bones was something chemical. Apparently, his scales are not only hard as steel, they also have a chemical that makes them translucent. Their organs could not be seen, but their bones which were almost similar could. Its danger level was SS. This monster was a threat where the entire city would have to be evacuated. I don't know how they caught it, but it's certainly bad for us to be here. I yelled to them. Run! Evelyn and Celia were terrified, unable to move. My attacks wouldn't work on this monster. All that was left was to run. The creature raised its neck, it was an attack no doubt. I hurried to run towards them. With my left I grabbed Evelyn and placed her over my shoulder. While I grabbed Celia with my right arm and held her firmly. Before running, I activated my Razen, or, God of Lightning Speed. Magical power coursed through my body. I ran as fast as my legs could run. After a few meters, a purple flare burned the place. The body of the two-headed dragon was burned and melted by the flames. Running, I had no choice but to escape. The intensity of the flames was high. A large part of it was still burning. I ran so far that I reached the hill. I left the girls there. Celia spoke up, followed by Evelyn. What is that thing? My father never told me there was such a creature among their forces. I don't think it came out of nowhere. Probably, since that dragon escaped, they've sent one to catch it. In that case we shouldn't tell them to control it, there's not supposed to be a war anymore. No. That creature won't give us time to look for help. Besides, if they sent it it was to liquidate it, and since we did that, its mission was harmed. Celia seemed to understand what I was referring to. Wait honey, you're not suggesting that we take it on, are you? I don't think it came out of nowhere. Probably, since that dragon escaped, they've sent one to catch it. In that case we shouldn't tell them to control it, there's not supposed to be a war anymore. Besides, if they sent it it was to liquidate it, and since we did that, its mission was harmed. Celia seemed to understand what I was referring to. Wait honey, you're not suggesting that we take him on, are you? I stared at her as I answered. There's no other way. If we escape to the city, we'll get everyone involved. And even if someone can stand up to him, it would still mean civilians getting involved. That's right, as a guardian in the shadows, I have no choice but to defend innocent people in danger. Also, in the game, upon defeating this monster, it would drop an item called Elixir of Youth. I always wondered what crazy game stuff I was going to find here. I took off my jacket and threw it. The creature was approaching at high speed. The girls had their weapons in their hands. This will be our first battle, but I could tell you are both adept at long to medium range your attacks. Evelyn, you will cover me, charge the strongest spell you have, one that can defeat Steel and Celia. Cover me, my attacks will be useless, but combined with yours they will be useful enough to keep me from reacting in time. The creature already arrived. I could see that it was about 15 meters long, it had 4 wings and its neck was longer than a giraffe. I thundered my fingers and neck as I rolled up my sleeves in step. We were facing each other. Time to hunt a big lizard. Chapter 52 Goodbye, Background Character. The situation was bad. A big dragon was attacking us. My electric attacks will be useless against its steel skin. Therefore, Evelyn will have to finish it off. I shouted at them. Celia, cover me. Evelyn, take care of it. Yes. They both shouted in unison. Celia was following me, I was using my Razen, but still she was behind me. The dragon was looking at us, preparing to attack, but with its claws. It was fast approaching, we parted Celia and I as a pile of earth with trees was torn apart. The dragon was in my range, so I wanted to try something. With a strong leap, I was propelled until I was at the dragon's head. I could see its eyes, they were black, they looked like they were empty sockets, but there were eyeballs. I kicked it hard. It hurt me. The fucker was very tough. It used its tail to hit me. It hurt me again. I fell to the ground and spun around. My new clothes were full of a little blood and dirt. But to defeat a dragon requires at least getting your hands dirty. I watched Celia firing magic energy bombs. It's like an air balloon that explodes on contact with something. The dragon wasn't taking its damage. It's a super strong monster for a reason, it wouldn't be hurt by attacks like these, but we must buy time for Evelyn. So Celia and I continued to attack it from a distance. I was throwing lightning spears while she was shooting at its back. Our attacks were not working. But that wasn't what mattered. It's all set. We just waited for Evelyn to say that. We walked away as she charged her attack. Evelyn held her staff as high as possible. Different colors like rainbows were glowing. She was talking low, but the magical power around her was gathering in her blue gem. She pointed the staff high up and recited her strongest attack. Star Magic, Andromeda Blast. Evelyn manifested various magic circles which rose to become larger. After a few seconds of watching that, we moved away. From the sky a great rainbow lightning bolt came down like lightning which struck the dragon. The earth around it was destroyed. After waiting a while for the dust to disappear, we watched as the dragon lay dead on the ground. Evelyn approached us. She looked happy, she had to be since she was the star or MVP of this fight. I'll praise her a little. We certainly couldn't have done it without you, even if it was a threat of SS danger, your magic was stronger, I'm sure when we report this, you will come out on top, well done Evelyn. As I said those words, I stroked her head. Her double braided bun that makes her look like mouse ears was very adorable. As I finished stroking her, she cried out. Razel-san. Could you do it again? She looked at me like I was a little girl asking for more compliments. It was a bit similar to Eli wanting me to spoil her when she got good grades. Gosh, I can't refuse when her loving eyes demanded it. Sure. Again I stroked her head. I liked doing it. Evelyn looked happy and that was all that mattered. I stopped to approach Celia. I was going to tell her which one of us should go to bring help to bring the dragon to the city. But then a loud noise sounded. As I turned around, it was in the blink of an eye. The dragon's tail that seemed to be just bones moved so fast that it hit Evelyn hard, sending her crashing into a tree. I was speechless at what I saw. The force of that blow was strong enough to see how Evelyn's body was bent in half. I just watched as one of my girlfriends was killed in front of my eyes. I just watched, as someone close to me died. But, what is this? I feel like nothing happened. Oh, it's true. That time it was the same. My cat that I had when I was a kid and my parents loved each other died in a car accident. The driver hit him because he didn't see him. We were in the park, my cat went to chase a bird while I was playing in the litter box, we were making a castle for him. The driver got a ticket and that was his punishment. But, what about my cat? He was a living being and they don't send him to jail? Is human life superior to that of a murdered animal? What I say may appear stupid and even hypocritical coming from someone like me who enjoys eating meat and fish. But my point of view is different. Killing to eat is not the same as killing someone you will not eat. Am I wrong? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing now. Why do I feel that everything is distorted? The dragon and the trees were inverted. I could feel a warm liquid running down my cheeks. I see, I see. This all happened to be a background character. Hey, whose voice is that? If I was ambitious, I wouldn't have let my girls face the danger. Ah, I get it. If I had left them in a safe place, none of this would have happened. It's my fault, for being a background character, someone close to me was killed. It's the same with my cat. I shouldn't have let him go. If I had ordered him to stay, even if it was against his will, none of this would have happened. If only I had done what I knew was best, I would have killed that driver years later. Same thing to those bastards that bothered me. I hated it. I hate being made fun of, being belittled. I'm not trash, I'm not their toy. I'm not a bug for them to stomp on. Celia was horrified. The dragon was still alive. It used its tail and killed Evelyn. Razel didn't know it, but Evelyn was a homunculus. A perfect artificial human being. She was the only one of her kind in the world. Because of that, she could not die. She could regenerate her wounds. She knew that, but it still horrified her. But what horrified her most now, though, was Razel's face. What happened to him? Razel was emanating a black aura from his arm. His eyes didn't look human. They were bloodshot. Celia watched as Razel's magical power increased with each passing second. The density of his magical power was visible, a dark blue color similar to a transparent membrane was visible. Razel screamed as he stomped on the ground. I'll kill you, I'll kill everyone who looks at me like an insect, no one will ever see me from above again, not even the Emperor will be allowed. Razel's attitude changed drastically as he looked at Evelyn's corpse. He quickly lunged at the dragon, running at high speed while screaming. The dragon got into attack position, it was preparing to launch a flare. The inside of its neck expanded like a balloon and then rose up to its mouth, and then it spat it out. A large purple flare was rapidly approaching towards Razel. Celia wanted to scream to run away, but Razel kept running. Then she moved her right hand, that hand had a black mist emanating from it. The flames approached Razel and he stopped. They made contact with him, but nothing happened. The black mist engulfed the flames. It seemed to be devouring them. Celia couldn't believe that, much less the dragon that stopped. They both watched Razel intact. He looked like a beast that not even bullets could defeat. The dragon was beginning to feel fear. A being like him, an invincible killing machine. It was afraid of a human that ended its flames. The dragon took flight to escape. But Razel, you will not escape from here. It won't let him. Razel was manifesting a great amount of magical power in his right arm. A dark blue spear was forming. The spear was 2 meters long and glowed so brightly that the sunlight itself was small compared to its radiance. Razel took aim at that dragon that was preparing to flee. Lightning Spear of Fury. The spear was launched and flew faster than a sparrow. The sound it made as it flew, gave the impression that it broke the sound. In less than 10 seconds. It hit the dragon and then its head was destroyed. The dragon's body fell. But Razel was. I'm going to kill you. He was still in a state of madness. He ran up to the dragon's body and proceeded to punch it. Razel's fists were shattering from the contact with the hard steel skin. But that didn't stop him. Even if bone and flesh were being ripped away. Mysterious blood vessels were beginning to show on Razel's skin. It was bright red. The bones and flesh began to regenerate. Without knowing it, Razel was manifesting symptoms of the blood. The power that only vampires could use. I will kill you 1,000 times and more. Razel's anger would not subside. Chapter 53 Black Oath. Once again, I was dreaming. Astria was in front of me. She was sitting in the comfortable chair while playing a multiplayer game. I don't understand how she complains about losing when she shouldn't be able to play with someone. She spoke to me once she threw her cat-eared headset against the monitor. Looks like you finally woke up the blood. You mean that strange ability you used? Yes. You activated it thanks to your negative emotions, that's the reason it activated as well. The power of deadly sin. Razel, if you let the negative emotions consume you, you will be devoured like the previous bearers. Your life will end the day that darkness dominates your mind. For that reason, it is time to say goodbye. What exactly should I say goodbye to? Her words were so strange that they confused me. The next thing she said, made me shudder. It's time for you to stop your little background character game. And face reality. You certainly reincarnated as a simpleton type in this world, but, your actions have led you to be more than just a background painted on the wall. You've altered a lot of things in the game for your convenience, even if you didn't want that outcome, it doesn't take away from the fact that it's true. She's partly right. For some reason, the protagonist Lily, and Eli's villainous daughter, became my girlfriends. I also kept Cid and Amy from becoming enemies. I defeated one of the strongest monsters in the game along with Cid, and then with the Vampire Queen. I've done things I shouldn't have. But I couldn't stop a lot of them from happening. Because of that, I can watch Lily and Eli converse with a joy that never happened in the game. Even Lily didn't have female company in the game. Barbara enjoys seeing how her once indebted household is now debt-free and now making millions thanks to that precious mineral mine. I want to be a background character for two reasons. One is so that my alter ego, Lich, won't be discovered. And the second is, because I don't want people to see me. Because of that battle against her, I've been having dreams of my former life. I was an outcast, I was treated like garbage and most of all, I was unhappy. But in this new life, I have people who care about me and want me to be happy with them. I want to protect those people and this happiness I gained. But, because I chose the path of a background character, Evelyn, one of my girlfriends died. If it had been anyone else, the result would be the same. I can know your emotions and thoughts in this state, it wasn't your fault. But, if you decide to keep playing and nobody, is that more people will die, hiding your power is very serious. My power. Thanks to breaking your limiters, your magic power combined with blood has made your magic power level 5. Congratulations, you can give a sword saint a fight, but beating it is another matter. I was astonished by those words. To use blood you need to imagine that a shield, the strongest shield in the world surrounds your body, that's how you will be able to create the perfect defense. Even if a missile hits you, you won't feel pain or get hurt. The blood turns the cells into something stronger and more resilient than ever existed, not for nothing my blood was special. Now about that shadow. You must give up that low self-esteem. It's the only way the shadow can't want to take over you again. That might be a difficult thing, after all, just like in my previous life. I'm ugly. Astria looked at me with a look of disgust on her face. Then her right arm was buried in my stomach. It hurt so much, I want to cry. If you keep saying such stupid things, you'll make me kill you from here. Hey? Can you do that? I'll put a curse on your body. Then, a kind of pain in my chest suddenly appeared. Thanks to the fact that we share the same blood, I can do that. For that reason, the next time you try to act like a loser. She showed me her hand, it looked like she was holding something, she squeezed it a little and my heart started to ache. It felt like a cardiac arrest happened. I will crush your heart the next time I see you act like an idiot. Remember that well. Now the other thing, thanks to that battle, you've been able to awaken the ability to erase curses. So no matter what things you encounter, you'll be able to defeat them. So you know, stop acting like a loser and be a man. This is your black oath. An oath to avoid going back to that life you try to forget, but won't leave behind. Looks like that's it. I left you another little gift, but you'll find that out for yourself. Goodbye. With those words, I was swept away by a mysterious force. What did she mean by that? My eyes opened. I could see the sunset falling almost in its entirety. I lifted my upper body and shook my head. Nearby I could see Celia with her head down. She must have been like me because of Evelyn, I was about to tell her when. Razel-san, are you all right? Evelyn called out to me from the side. Evelyn is alive, and in front of me. It looked like my eyes were going to pop out from this terrifying event. I was so frightened that I backed up until I hit a tree. Her clothes were almost destroyed. Some parts of her underwear were visible. I asked her in fright. Evelyn, weren't you supposed to be? Please be quiet. She calmed me down. Let me tell you my secret. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. The first time I opened my eyes, a man with a long beard was standing in front of me. I heard his words as he looked at me while smiling. It worked, I did it, this is the best magic invention in the world. My eyes were moving in confusion as I didn't understand anything. I saw everything as very mysterious yet fascinating. I was naked on a very cold metal bed. He brought me a blanket and covered me with it. He helped me down from the metal bed and I stood looking at him with half-open eyes. Do you understand me? Do you understand what I'm saying? Move your head up and down if so. I listened to him, but moved it in a very awkward way. Okay, that's enough, come on, let me give you something to eat. As time went on, I was able to understand several things. That man is my dad, Gregor von Exner, a man of about 58 years old. And me, I am his only daughter, Evelyn von Exner. Apparently I am something called a homunculus. According to the information he gave me from an old book, homunculus were attempts to create artificial humans to replace humanity in case of extinction. All the projects were failures, except for one. That one was called a philosopher's stone. A beautiful red magic crystal. According to the things I read in the Great Library, that magic crystal is made from human lives sacrificed in war. My father said he found that precious jewel in a dungeon he was investigating when he was young. Thanks to small details he gave to the Ministry of Magic in this country, he managed to obtain high status and benefits. He himself told me that all this was for the sake of his research. He called me daughter so that no one would suspect. It seems he wants to be crowned as a legendary research magician. I am happy for him. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Today, Dad and I are going to celebrate my birthday. It seems I was born with the appearance of a 5-year-old infant. I'm 10 years old today according to my height. It's just me and Dad. I feel happy. Happy. A weird feeling. Since a couple of years ago, I noticed that my body was going through strange changes. My face was making weird expressions. Today I experienced the pain. I was in the garden of my house, an insect called rhinoceros beetle. It bit my finger. It hurt so much, I released a sound called a pain scream. It was creepy, that was creepy. My dad and I were finishing eating the cake, so I gave him a treat. According to the social relations book I read, this is an act that shows affection to an individual. Dad looked strange when I gave him my gift. It was a pendant made from the remains of a gemstone. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Evelyn, answer me, Evelyn. I had received damage. I accompanied my father to a dungeon because he needed help. After a while of investigating, as he was looking for something called elixir, a potion that can regenerate age and any mortal wound, we came across a creature called a hydra. It had 8 heads and spewed fire from its mouths. It was very difficult to defeat it, but thanks to my awakening in ancient magic called star magic, we were able to destroy all its heads. Before it turned to ashes, it swung its tail at high speed and threw me straight into a rock. I could feel my back, leg, and collarbone fracture. I thought I was going to die for sure. But something strange happened. My body began to regenerate from its wounds and fractures. The moment my father saw me, he hugged me. I don't understand why he did that. I'm so sorry, Evelyn. It was my fault. Because of my wish, that happened to you. I told him to calm down, that it was all an accident, but he kept hugging me and crying. Hey? Why are my cheeks hot? I don't understand. But, it feels warm. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. A few years later, when I turned 15 according to the calendar, my father called me into his office. It was a huge place with books stacked everywhere and important papers on the floor. As I was going through some documents, he said to me, "You will take the test for new students at the academy." That surprised me. The academy, a place of learning for the future young men and women of noble houses and baronet households. It was kind of exciting, that. But I had a doubt. Dad, why should I go? I didn't understand his reason for doing so, but he turned after closing the book and said, "Because you need to behave like a normal girl. I want you to have a normal adolescence like everyone else. I want you to laugh, cry, make friends and, above all, fall in love. Since long ago, I stopped seeing you as an experiment for my future. I realized too late, that you were what I really needed. A daughter. So many years in isolation in this mansion has made me insensitive. If I want someone to continue my research, I want it to be you. My daughter." Father's words made me feel something in my chest again. What could it be? "So, don't be afraid of the outside world. From now on your notebook will be filled with wonders never seen before." And with those words, my life began for the first time. Arriving at the academy to give the exam, I was nervous. I had no idea how the young men acted, let alone the girls. I thought someone would find out my secret. If someone knew, it would put Dad in danger. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I finished the exam. I had plenty of time until the teacher took the exams away. I was near the window, so I could see outside. Then I saw an oddity. "Ah, I'm late. I shouldn't have stayed up all night playing. Let me in, please." See. A mysterious black-haired boy was running in a hurry to get inside. For the first time in my life I laughed. Then I thought of an oddity. What if I walk into his same class? The reason for that thought didn't make sense to me. It wasn't logical. But more to the point, it went against my studies. I didn't need the score to see that my notes would be perfect. But, that late student sure didn't study. His clothes were messy and mud was staining the lawn from his shoes. He was definitely not a good student. Still, why was I wrong? I didn't understand. But it was thanks to those scores, that I ended up in the lowest of the academy's classrooms. A disgrace to my father, but when I told him that, he laughed. And a lot. He said, "That's called free will. You chose that path yourself, that's what humans do, choose their destinies. If you did that, it's because you want to get to know that boy more. In my case I was blown away by the first seat's investigations. There isn't a research magician who doesn't idolize that man. And that's how I ended up in the same classroom as Razel. My reason for becoming his concubine was because of the things I heard. He, along with Prince Siegburn, defeated a monster, which, depending on the level of danger, was an SSS without a doubt. Before that he appeared in a hotel together with Lily-san, a certain lich guy had attacked that place. Then he was called by 3 dukes to destroy secret bases of criminals. His mysterious appearance in the lawless city, and now I find him in this place. And a few hours ago, we teamed up to take down a black dragon. It hit me, and because the Philosopher's Stone is intact, I can regenerate my wounds. After a few moments of setting my bones in place, I watched him getting angry. Magical power was overflowing from his body. It was a quick and deadly fight. Razel-san finished the dragon off with one blow, then began to tear his body to near shreds. The only thing I could salvage from that corpse was its heart. Razel-san became unconscious after a while. And now that he woke up, I told him about my life and everything that happened. But there's something I don't understand. Why does he look angry? I don't remember saying anything bad to him, so his anger shouldn't happen. You idiot! He yelled at me. He called me an idiot. Why? Who cares if you can regenerate? Or that you're a homunculus? And even if you were immortal or made of steel, you shouldn't keep quiet. If it hurts, cry. If it bothers you, say so. If you want to ask for help, say so. But don't try to say you're fine after being beaten and having broken bones. Stupid Gaeal. Why? What she says, it bothers me. I'm not bothered by her words, but the feeling behind them. It's weird. It's as if he really understands what I feel. As if he knows what death is without having died. He hugged me. You don't need to fight or go out into danger. Just like those two. I'll protect you. Not just you, Celia too. I'll protect all the people important to me. I won't let something like that happen in front of my eyes ever again. The same hot-cheeked feeling happened. But this time, I think I understand why. This is happiness. The happiness of being alive. Of having someone who loves and cares about you. I am happy. I am happy. Thanks to my father, Celia-chan, and Razel-san, I can be happy even though I'm not a real human being. Before I knew it, I started crying while hugging him. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I always saw myself as a selfless person. I was sitting as I watched Evelyn and Razel, my boyfriend who I don't show affection to, embrace. Evelyn cried out what she felt from the bottom of her heart. When I was little, I enjoyed going for walks with my mom. I loved her very much. More than my father. Mom and I were close, but we were closer because we were identical. My mom was a woman with a slender body and very sensual curves. She would say that, I would just repeat what she said. We were best friends. My life until I was 6 was perfect. But when I turned 7, that's when everything fell apart. I was outside my mansion. My parents' house. I had my bags with me. My father was holding my hand. I asked him, curious because of the bizarre situation. Papa, why did those gentlemen ask us to leave the mansion? My father had a pained expression on his face, but he flashed me his best smile to tell me. Because, your dad is a bad gambler. Hey! That's right. Your dear daddy, he lost a lot of money gambling. That's why the loan sharks and debt collectors took our house and your mom left. Our relatives won't want us because of my incompetence, but don't worry my child, I'll pull us through. We were noble, a family of counts, but debts are the greatest enemy of human beings. We moved into a small apartment. One day, when I turned 9, I observed a family out for a walk. Gina, leave your brother alone. Yes. The little girl was teasing her older brother. I watched them walk down the sidewalk from the balcony. The father was a huge man. He looked like a bear thanks to his hairy arms and beard. The woman was small and charming. I want some chocolate ice cream. If Uni-chan wants one, I want two. Ara, looks like everyone wants ice cream today, the little guy in here wants a strawberry one. And you dear? Walnut. The family was happy. I was feeling a little I was feeling very jealous. My father had strange leather clothes with chainmail and metal plates on his limbs, torso, and back. I'm leaving, watch the house. He said that and left, leaving his poor daughter with nothing to eat but instant noodles. What a lousy father I have. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Years passed, I became an adventurer. My father came back one day with a huge scar on his face. The idiot would end up dead if it wasn't for my help. I was in the guild, at one of the tables I was reading the menu on what to order. The food was disgusting as back then the cook was someone else and not the current one. A conversation caught my attention. Hey, again that Leo has gotten himself into difficult missions. They may be within his range, but they're the kind you need a group together to complete. Well, you can't blame him in part. Why? Hey? Didn't you know what happened to his house? All I know about him is that he's a noble from an indebted house. Partly, but there's more. It turns out that the men went on talking for a while. I listened to everything. Everything they said. I clenched my fists and bit my lips to keep from screaming. A while later my father came and asked me if I ordered yet. I told him I lost my appetite. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. We got home after a couple of hours. After walking in I said to my dad. Dad, do you want to tell me about it? About it, are you talking about the new rifle made of bicorn horn? You see, it's a rare and very good material, so it will definitely come in handy. I silenced him with the next words I wanted to tell him for a while. It's not that. I want to know what's this about it being my mother who damaged our house. Our debts were that woman's doing. Apparently what the men said was that my mother was a gambling slut. Yes, she was a vile slut. She was very fond of going to the casino in the lawless city. When she didn't have money, she slept with men. One of the men recognized her since she had won a lot of money and went to gamble, then that woman offered her body to him. Worst of all, that day was my birthday. She was not present as she said she had to work. She came back in the morning with a present. Immediately upon remembering that, I went to my room and started destroying everything that slut gave me. She ruined our house. She gave us poverty and debts. It is thanks to her that my father must risk his life to pay for what her debauchery caused. I grabbed our family photo, as I was about to tear it up. My father stopped me. I looked at him with my face full of anger and tears. But looking at him, his face was too painful, he wanted to cry. Celia, don't destroy your mother's last memory. The picture was of the three of us together. We went toy shopping and to the park. It was a nice day. My father kept talking to me as he hugged me tightly. I didn't tell you because I knew you would do this. I really loved your mother, even with the things she did. When you love someone, you don't care about their past. Only their future. That only made me hate her more. Seeing your smiling face when you talked to her, slept together and besides your resemblance, it broke my heart that you were so little you hated her. I hate her. I hate her so much. She, with the same face as mine, did horrible things and had no shame whatsoever. Just forget it, live for us and for tomorrow. As long as we are together, our family will not be destroyed. That just made me feel worse and I started to cry. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. It was the first day of school at the academy. I sat at the bottom of some desks placed on stairs. I placed my elbows on my desk and sighed. It would all be so boring. It is mandatory that the noble heirs come to study at the academy, whether they are women or illegitimate children as well. The hours passed and the professors introduced themselves one by one. During one class, someone caught my attention. Much pleasure. I am the only daughter of a marquis, my name is Evelyn. My tongue. I laughed out loud at how awkward she was. Looking at her double-braided bun on top of her head, she reminded me of a small animal. When the class was over, I greeted her. Hi, how are you? I'm Celia. She looked scared at me, it made her look like a small animal every time. She was almost like a little sister you could pick on. That was how in that simple introduction, I became friends with Evelyn. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Time was passing and before I knew it, the end of the first semester was coming to an end. The academy organized a party to give a belated welcome to the students. I was standing with Evelyn eating at a snack table when it happened. I can't stand you anymore, Elise, I want to break our engagement this instant. Apparently something was going on, the ones involved seemed to be that Prince Charming that one and his fiancée. Seeing how things were going, I told Evelyn for us to go out. She heeded me and a commotion seemed to happen next. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. A few days before starting to the second period of the first school semester, I was astonished by a piece of news. It seemed that Prince Charming had a duel with his half-brother and a weird boy. A giant monster attacked them. And in yet another coincidence, that monster was defeated by Prince Charming's half-brother and his friend. Also that same friend was named as the official fiancé of the Duke's daughter. Also several things about his family that were a secret were revealed. It is certainly a very rare day. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. My father sent for me today. I was preparing to go to the Adventurers Guild and claim an outstanding payment. I sat and listened to him. What he said stunned me. Hey? Fiancé? Yes. I got you one. And you'll never guess who it is. No, 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 no. Hey, you just got your daughter a future husband. I haven't even been on a date to know what to do when I'm with a guy. In this country until not more than a century ago it did not give women rights, but thanks to the first emperor of the current imperial dynasty, it is that the rights for women, including the disabled, are growing. The only ones who don't seem to be given rights are the semi-humans. It makes me feel bad for them. But I can't do anything about it. I get along well with the receptionist at the guild who has cat ears. She's even happy when I invited her over for fish once. But that's not what's important. I don't even know who that is. Sure, look at him. My pair pulled out a photograph and revealed his face to me. He's a boy who is nothing special. His face looks like someone you'd see in a crowd and wouldn't remember that you stepped on him by mistake. But besides that, what's with that expression? His eyes seem to emit that of a dead fish. Is he sick by any chance? I recognized him, he was a classmate, besides, he's her rumored fiancé. Really, this guy is the fiancé of the Duke's daughter? Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I had just met him for the first time. I tried to introduce myself casually, but he already knew my name and Evelyn's name, who seems to be his fiancée as well. We are concubines. He has two girls by his side who look at him tenderly. One is the famous commoner and the other is the Duke's daughter. I could feel for most of the trip that he was looking at my breasts and my legs. Of all the girls present, only I was wearing shorts. I don't like skirts even though they were my favorite as a child. Shorts are better. And, I don't want to brag, but according to my adventurous friends, I have a nice butt. That gives me points for getting a man. Although, I'm not really interested in it myself. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I had just met the Duchess. She looks exactly like her daughter, with the difference of those huge breasts she has. I swallowed saliva knowing they could get bigger, it was something I didn't know if I wanted. But she looks so young and slender. Could she be what they called a succubus? I can't believe she has that figure without a secret. Princess Elise hugged her. Her face sank into those huge breasts. Then came the commoner daughter. A nobleman adopting a commoner? This family is crazy. But I'm a concubine, so it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of the opportunities of the good life. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I'm scared. The princess and her friend are not normal. I said a joke about our boyfriend. And I'm scared. The princess looked at me like she was looking at an insect about to be squashed. Her beautiful ruby red eyes only made her more threatening. Her sister, on the other hand. I'm scared. Her eyes turned black as night, staring at me. I felt as if I was being sucked into a void. The worst thing was the way she approached me. There was definitely something weird about these girls. But, the worst was not that. It was that Evelyn revealed to us that she wasn't human. This is all so weird. But despite that, I hugged her and said, I always saw you as a girl who needs help. So I don't care if you're human, elf or whatever. To me you'll be Evelyn. The other two said the same thing, though it seemed more like they didn't care if I was. Before we returned, we befriended a talking dragon. It was very exciting. But for some reason, I felt that when I wasn't watching, I was watching in a morbid way. It must be my imagination since, well, it's a dragon and we humans. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Evelyn was hit by a dragon's tail. We came to this place because she needed help with something. Razel and I agreed to accompany her. Everything was fine until that happened. Even if I knew Evelyn was going to be fine, I got scared. I went to see her and got a scare. I could hear her bones returning to normal. That grossed me out a little bit and I didn't touch her. I am the worst friend. I told her I loved her no matter what and now she refuses to take my helping hand. As I was disgusted with myself, I watched Razel endlessly beating that dragon. He killed a dragon with his bare hands. Even if we attacked him together, we couldn't do anything. It was amazing how much he was angered by what he did to Evelyn. It was there that I understood something. The reason the princess and her friend are so weird is because they saw more than I see. They have been together since that day, but I have not. I don't know him exactly. I don't know what he likes, what he dislikes, let alone what he thinks of me. I just wanted to enjoy a life full of luxury in a duke's house. But, looking at this, it makes me think he is someone amazing. Despite looking simple-minded, he has gotten to where he is by his own efforts. He will be a future duke because he earned it. He was knighted at such a young age, a rarity for many. He just defeated a dragon with his bare hands, and now he was hugging Evelyn. I heard he said he would not protect. Despite the fact that I claim to be his girlfriend for my convenience, he cares for us to a degree of suffering as if she were part of his own family. I think that. Once I finished comforting Evelyn, I realized that night had fallen. We could not go back as we would be lost. The golem she had was destroyed by the dragon. Yes, we can't even jokingly consider going back. She can't fly either. Wait, there are people who fly? What a weird world this is. Anyway, we can't go back until tomorrow morning. She used a spell that is the magic version of insect repellent, but it scares away monsters and beasts it seems. I told them to go swimming at a place nearby. I checked it out earlier and it looks safe. My father and I once camped there and he showed me how to check if the water was safe. I won't tell, it's too nasty. And just in case, I launched electrical attacks and there wasn't a single sign of life. So I took off my clothes and went inside to wash up. It felt fresh all over. I sat down near a rock and relaxed. This is life. Although my back thought otherwise. Before I relaxed fully, I felt two presences. I thought it was monsters and prepared to attack. I stopped quickly as it was only Celia and Evelyn. I said to them, "Is something wrong?" Out of nowhere and without improvisation. They started undressing in front of me. That took my breath away. Their beautiful white skin glistened in the sunlight. Celia's breasts were fully exposed contrary to Evelyn's, which were covered by her long hair. The water was up to her hips, so the bottom was almost transparent to everyone. They came up to me and hugged me along with the following words. "Thank you for caring about me and telling me that you would protect me from now on. You are very kind, and also, you made me for the first time understand that even if I can regenerate, the pain is inside. Your behavior like your actions are very strange. But I can count on you for any crisis. And you proved that to me just today, that's why we decided it's time to give those two some fight." They pulled back a little and then one by one for 2 minutes on the count, they kissed me. First it was Celia and then Evelyn. I've built up a lot because of this war and since the lawless city. I was saving it for Barbara, but they are demanding that I do my boyfriend duties and I will. In that beautiful moonlight. I did it with my other girlfriends. I had just woken up. The sunlight was very bright. I was in the safe zone that Evelyn made. My body felt heavy. But it was because of who I had on top of me. Celia on the right and Evelyn on the left. They were sleeping soundly as their heads rested on my chest, their large breasts on my stomach and their legs were clinging tightly to mine. They slept as if they had never had a good night's sleep in their lives. I would call out to them and they would not wake up. Since it was still early, I decided to sleep too. After all, today was the day we would return home for the war was over. Chapter 54 Unstoppable. A few hours passed after waking up. There was some food left over yesterday, so, after we got up, we had that for breakfast. The girls got dressed and were a little shy. It's totally different than with those two as they were never embarrassed. Celia made a cover-up for Evelyn's dress which was torn in a few places. I gave her my jacket to cover up while we got back. Once we were ready, we heard a noise. "What is that?" I asked, confused as it was clearly audible. Celia said me. "Could it be a celebration for the end of the war? If so, why don't we hear shouts of happiness?" "Ha, ha." Emily was getting up very shakily. Blood was dripping from her forehead and down her eyes. Her armor was almost completely shattered. All around her lay dead bodies. Jerome lay with a broken arm near a rock. Emily raised her gaze and saw the one responsible for this. All along it was always his plan this. That being, looked uninterestedly at Emily. A few hours ago, Gerald summoned all the knights and adventurers to a specific area. They all thought it was part of a surprise gift for what they did. Yukiheim was among them. I wonder what it is. She came due to the fact that she thought Razel would be here. Since yesterday she hadn't seen him and that worried her a lot. Emily was by her side, she was babysitting her since Yukiheim's outfit was very provocative despite being a traditional attire. "It has a lot of slits." Emily unintentionally muttered that. On the day of the party, she and Yukiheim met. Yukiheim was the one who prepared certain snacks and at the same time was eating them. That impressed Emily, who understood where all that sugar was going when she saw her. Jerome spoke after standing on a rock. "Well, you're all wondering what you're doing here. The truth is, so am I. I was informed to tell you all to come, but I don't know the reason." Then a knight raised his voice. "Guildmaster, there is nothing here. Nor anyone." "That's right. We came thinking there would be a victory celebration. I didn't eat anything thinking I'd be filled with a feast." Jerome had mixed feelings as they were right. This doesn't make sense. There's nothing here, why did the lord of this land send for us? We should have left for home long ago, but we stayed because he said he would reward us. While Jerome was lost in his confused thoughts, someone visualized something in the distance. "Ah! Look! Yes, I see something approaching. Could it be the surprise we were promised?" The adventurers and knights who were intrigued by the oddity of being summoned were now cheerful because it seems they weren't fooled. But that smile didn't last at all. The same person who shouted that something was approaching reported. It can't be, Guildmaster, look. Jerome used a binocular and observed what was coming from in front of him. Cold sweat ran down his bald head as he reported. Retreat. Everyone run to the carriage's back. It's an enemy attack. A horde of monsters is heading straight for us at high speed. Everyone's smiles were wiped off at that instant. A castle in the vicinity of the territory. Standing there looking out the window, was Taylor as he rubbed his big belly. They should be arriving by now, shouldn't they? He was asking his bodyguard, Estarossa, who was painting her nails lilac. Yes. After dropping them off near a place where they won't be seen, I blew the flute and the mind control spell was broken. Everyone but that big boy, he's the one who should be in control. I still don't understand our role here. You were the one who accepted the payment, I didn't. Besides, it doesn't matter what our role actually was. We'll go home once we catch him again. Is that monster really that important? Estarossa looked uninterestedly at Taylor before replying. You're kidding, right? That monster is listed as an A+++ or S-level threat. Losing such a resource would be bad for us. I'm sure the Emperor will reward it when he sees the wonders it did on the battlefield. Taylor rubbed his chin in response. You're right. But a monster is still a monster. True, but that monster, to capture him, 10,000 brave soldiers from our country had to give their lives. That many? Taylor asked, sweating. Estarossa, without turning to look at him, answered. Of course they did. I'm not kidding. What's more, either dressing him or feeding him is very expensive. He's an alpha for a reason. Alpha? What's that? Just then, Estarossa looked at Taylor. You're kidding, right? No. Don't tell me you really don't know. Hurry up and tell me what that is. Estarossa was telling her as she stood up and walked to the window. Among the monsters there are unique beings, they are called king or hero. They are those who were born to rule over the other monsters. But among them there are even rarer ones. Alpha they are called. An alpha is a monster who was born to rule over the other monsters. It is as if it used the flute, but without uttering a single sound. That's what an alpha is, a unique existence that can command legions of monsters. And the monster we captured is one of the strongest and most dangerous monsters I've ever seen. Is that so? Yes. The best thing is that we never released it before, since it would be really difficult for us to catch it later. For that reason I waited for when the deal is ready. Oh right, Astoria's soldiers have already left. It's as you say. That's why we'll be starting the plan shortly. A wicked laugh appeared from Estarossa. A group of monsters were running at full speed straight at the Arclight Empire's army. They were running rampant. Among them was their leader. It was not an earth dragon, nor a champion goblin, much less an orc. It was an ogre. In a Roman chariot, drawn by bicorns, horses that love unclean beings. The bicorns were 2 in number and were running at great speed while their driver watched uninterestedly what lay before him. A shaman goblin was in his carriage. With his gaze he told him. Do it. The goblin shaman commanded the other shamans, who raised their staffs. They shouted a language incomprehensible to humans, and then in the sky a magic circle appeared, and from it, great balls of fire fell like meteors, impacting at great speed the area where the carriages lay. The horses and some weapons lying there were destroyed. The adventurers and knights looked horrified at the situation. They could not escape. Several meters away from them, the monsters stopped. The leading monster, the Alpha, had green skin, short black hair that was tied in a long braid near the end of his hair. His body was muscular, his teeth showed, giving him a wild tiger-like appearance, his eyes were black with red irises. He had horned lion heads on his shoulders and a red bear coat around his waist. His armor was made of giant insect parts, and in his right hand a stone mallet. He was a chief of the game. He was called Caligula the Ogre Hero. He was part of the Demon King's army that used monsters. But he should not have appeared here yet. In fact, the weapon he holds shouldn't even have it yet. It was made of solid stone from the demon continent. The method of obtaining it both in the game and here was a mystery. What could be known, however, was that this monster was so strong, that even having 2 saints on its back wouldn't be enough to stop it. An adventurer stood in front of the monster. He was very muscular, wore a loincloth and in his hand he held a sword, his hair was long and wavy. I don't know what puny beasts like you are planning, but, don't underestimate humans. The adventurer went straight at the monster. You will witness the power of one of the strongest A-ranked adventurers in the Empire. Taste the wrath of Geoffrey the Magnificent. Geoffrey's sword went straight for Caligula's neck. Without even trying to defend himself, he took the direct hit. Anyone would think he would be dead after receiving that attack, but no. The muscles of that monster were so strong that the sword was destroyed. Caligula glanced sideways at Geoffrey, then his gaze focused on the others. He slightly moved his right hand that held his mace. The upper half of Geoffrey's body turned to dust. Caligula walked slowly and then slowly began to run. Jerome shouted. On guard everyone! Jerome used his magic, there was thanks to Geoffrey blood in the air, that he used as energy to materialize his scythe. The adventurers and knights who had their weapons at hand braced themselves. But that was not significant. Caligula moved his hand a little and his mace tore through several adventurers at once. Then he swung it again without paying attention to his surroundings, the surrounding knights were torn to pieces. Caligula was stronger than most. That was because he was an alpha. He was born to subdue the weak. He was crowned a hero because he killed the old ogre king, his father, because he dethroned him, he became a hero to them. That was part of his background, but in reality, Caligula did it for a reason. I want to have a real opponent. Since he was stronger than the other ogres, he jumped right into a war with the other species of monsters. One after another he began to attack until one day he found a strange mace. He wanted to try his luck with human settlements. He was just as strong with or without the mace. He kept fighting until one day, Estarossa appeared before him. He controlled it thanks to a flute. The flute prevented him from tearing his head off. He was under the service of Estarossa, but Caligula himself didn't care. He had figured out how to avoid mind control. But the day he was to rebel against him, it was when they entered Lautreamont territory. He watched the warriors prepare for battle. He thought they would take him out to fight. But it never happened to this day. Caligula in less than 5 minutes had dug in with half the forces of the Empire. Now he was facing Jerome. Jerome was throwing steel daggers at him, they were hitting Caligula's body, but nothing was happening. Jerome sensed that he would attack him, he retreated quickly, but he was wounded by a gust of wind anyway. That gust caused him to be hit directly against a rock, which caused his arm to fracture. The adventurers were afraid. The knights did not move. But only one of them faced him. It was Emily. She stood up to Caligula. Caligula saw her, but felt no interest, he quickly directed his mace against her. But she raised her shield, which was part of the sword set. She was hit hard, but the attack did nothing to her, she only recoiled. Emily watched with a smile at Caligula. This is the best you can do. He ran straight to fight him. Emily drew her sword and struck Caligula, part of his armor was cut off. That shocked him. He moved the corner of his mouth slightly and then made a flatulence-like sound from his lips. This time, he swung his mace hard and Emily was hit straight into her shield in a brutal manner. But she wasn't thrown anywhere. She was struck to tear her to shreds. Like a butcher, Caligula moved his hand up and down and her shield was beaten relentlessly. Little by little her feet were sunk into the earth, but even with that, she did not weaken. The power of her sword lay in her will. As long as Emily's will was high, her sword would not lose strength. Emily threw up her shield and began to attack him. Shoulders, feet, hands, torso, chest. Caligula's body was attacked in different parts and little by little his armor was destroyed. Even if he was hit like that, Caligula didn't show pain or any emotion, he just yawned. Like a bear his mouth opened. After returning his jaw to normal, he took a big leap in the air and was behind Emily in an instant. She no longer had her shield, so she stepped back. But because Caligula was 10 feet tall, his arms were faster because of how long they were. As if she were a toy, he slammed Emily into the grass, generating several deep holes. Everyone watched in horror. Yukihime covered her mouth in horror. Only a few seconds passed and Emily's armor was almost completely shattered, blood was falling from her head to the ground. Her eyes were opening and closing in time. Caligula lifted her one more time and then threw her to the ground, generating a big crater with her. Emily had one of her eyes red from the accumulated blood. Slowly on wobbly legs she got to her feet. Red drool dripped from her mouth. For her it was a hard blow, but for Caligula that was just a stretch. But even with that pain, Emily did not give up. For she was a knight of the Empire, part of the 12 candidates to be the next saint of the sword. However, a woman is not fit for the battlefield. You should give up being one, no one expects anything from you. That's the job of men. For a moment she heard the voices of her family. It's probably trauma to the brain from the blows, but the belittling voices of her family were loud. Gradually the will to fight was going down, her sword that was glowing was also losing its luster. No. I am a knight, leave me alone. Leave me alone. She dropped her sword and clutched her head. Emily had lost the will to fight because of her family's prejudice. Caligula raised his hand and in a split second, slammed his mace into the ground. The end of Emily had come, or so anyone would think if they hadn't seen that she wasn't there. Caligula reacted late, but noticed that Emily was gone. Instead, Emily herself heard a voice. She opened her eyes that were closed to avoid seeing her own end and removed her hands from her ears. She was being carried by Razel. She didn't know who it was, but she warned him anyway. Look out, behind you. Caligula, without mere interest despite observing that Emily was in Razel's arms, swung his mallet straight for Razel's neck. But at that moment, Razel moved his mouth and bit down like a rabid dog on the stone mallet. Seconds after his teeth touched the stone, it turned to dust due to the force of his jaw. Razel had used blood. Thanks to Astria's guidance, he could use that absolute defense on any part of his body. He only had to think of an invincible shield. And thus, obtain the ultimate defensive ability. Razel spat rock scraps from his mouth after leaving Emily on the ground. Celia and Evelyn were just arriving behind the forest. Razel turned around and in less than a blink of an eye, his entire fist was buried in Caligula's stomach. For the first time in his life, he felt pain. A pain so searing, it caused him to momentarily lose consciousness. He was propelled several meters backwards. Razel adjusted the sleeves of his shirt and then, I'm sick of this event, the worst of it all is that in the end the betrayal did happen. It's time to stop being a background character and kick all of you asses, I want to go home, damn it. With furious steps, Razel entered the battlefield to end this once and for all. Chapter 55 The Iron Wall Defense. Caligula couldn't understand what happened. Razel had sent him flying several meters backwards. It was the first time he had seen this. It was the first time he had experienced something like this. He didn't like it. Caligula was so furious that an inferior being like Razel hit him. He didn't even smell like an animal worth facing. With his roar, the monsters at his back seemed to abide by one order, and that was kill him. The first to run straight at Razel were the prairie hyenas, 5 of them rushing at him. But to Razel they were slow. He only backed up a little and the hyenas crashed to the ground. The hyenas themselves did not understand what happened. Then Razel thundered his neck and then, they're really irritating. He waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. The hyena's heads rolled quickly. Razel sent some electricity to his hands. The electrical energy in his fingernails turned his fingers into sharp little blades. Razel walked over the corpse of the hyenas, watching as the champion goblins came at him with their swords out. They attacked him from different sides so that he had no escape. Just a few seconds after coming in contact with him, a blue light shone brightly and the dozen champion goblins that attacked him were instantly repelled. Purple blood poured from their mouths, eyes, skulls, and noses. They had been hit at great speed. Razel walked calmly and little by little his speed increased. The monsters screamed as they ran straight at him. Giant rats, hell boars, red bears, orcs, all the monsters were approaching. The fastest of all was a hecatonker who ran with various long and heavy swords. It approached Razel, he disappeared. Despite having 50 heads, it didn't know where he was. But then Razel fell from the sky and used his foot as a missile. He looked like those superheroes similar to the masked ones on TV. As he fell, he crashed so hard into the center of the monster that he split it in half. The other monsters were astonished. The goblin shamans, seeing him shake off the green blood that fell on his body, tried to form a super magic circle. But Razel did not allow them to do so. In a brief moment, Razel used his hands and dislocated the necks of all the shamans in the blink of an eye. He moved so fast that they didn't even realize they were killed. But it didn't end there. Razel ran straight at the monsters and tore them apart. One red bear he jumped on top of and threw it after grabbing it by its jaw. It landed near a giant rat, crushing it. Then he thrust his hand into the mouth of a troll and electrocuted it from the inside. A pair of orcs were approaching. Razel used his shoes to parry their blades. The shoes were cut off and his toes were intact. Wasting no time, Razel began to walk on his two hands. He did this to send magical power to his toes. Since he had long nails due to not being able to cut them, they were the perfect weapon for his next move. Lightning cut. His feet moved in different directions as he appeared to break dance. The crescent-shaped electric attacks cut the monsters mercilessly. They had no chance to defend themselves, let alone counterattack. Razel was stronger than them. Then a real threat arrived. Earth and fire dragons were approaching. But they were not the only ones. The ground was shaking. Several man-eating worms came out. One of them approached Razel. But Razel hit the ground hard and flew straight into the giant worm's mouth. On the side of his mouth with hundreds of teeth, he threw a fist imbued only with magical power. It could be seen that signs of blood were on his body. The moment it came in contact with the worm, its teeth were destroyed and it fell to the ground after spitting out pink blood. The other worms approached Razel, but he again went on the attack. When he was close to one, he used a lightning palm which pierced the worm's skull. As he was about to fall, he put his feet on the worm and launched himself straight into the mouth of another. He was devoured without a doubt, but the next moment he pierced the monster's skull. Not stopping, Razel continued to fight the monsters. Incredible!" said not only Emily, but also the other knights and adventurers who watched as Razel single-handedly finished off the monsters. A-ranked monsters not only, but S-ranked monsters as well. The dragons were attacked by lightning spears which pierced their scales. Jerome was conscious after being attended by Yukihime. He was speechless when he saw a human being fighting unimaginably against the monsters. "Who is he?" he asked, intrigued, but it was Yukihime who answered him. "It's Knight-sama, it was Razel-sama his name." Jerome reacted to that name. "Razel? If I'm not mistaken, in the record I was given it said that someone with that name had been sent to the battlefield, but because there wasn't his record I thought he would be dead before he arrived. How did he avoid the record if it's the same person?" Without meaning to, Yukihime revealed what Razel did. Emily watched in amazement as Razel in less than 10 minutes had wiped out half of the monsters. Perhaps this is the power of a true knight. Emily stared in awe with her cheeks red as a maiden in love at the gallant silhouette of Razel finishing off the enemies. But someone was not happy. It was Caligula who was glaring angrily at Razel as he had annihilated his army. After letting out a war cry, the monsters stopped. They moved away from the battlefield. Razel stood watching until he heard footsteps. Caligula was approaching behind him, very annoyed. He was taking off his armor, only remaining in his pants made of bones and skin. As he was close to Razel, he disappeared. Razel never noticed until he noticed him. Caligula had moved up behind him at high speed. If we were talking about stats, Caligula would be in the fastest in the game, with 100% speed. Razel tried to take cover, but it was useless. Even with the blood, the power of the impact affected him. That was because the blood had disappeared and then reappeared at a slow interval. After being thrown several meters straight into a rock, Razel regained his composure and pirouetted in the air. Before reaching the rock, he put his feet on it to propel himself. But to no avail. Caligula had reached the same direction Razel would fall and kicked him hard, sending him straight into some monsters. After crashing and rolling, he got to his feet. But again it was useless. Caligula was behind him. Using the back of his hand, he hit Razel so hard that he was again sent flying through the air straight into a tree, splitting it in two by the speed he was going. But it didn't stay that way. The monster ran with great strides until its head was in range of his foot and kicked him so hard that this time he was propelled skyward. It could be seen that his clothes were tattered and his mouth was full of blood. Caligula had jumped until he was in the right direction where Razel would fall. Using both hands, he sent him to the ground, generating a small deep crater. Caligula fell to the ground, generating another crater. He climbed out of that hole and walked over to where Razel was. He picked him up and then threw him roughly in the direction of the knights and adventurers. They all watched in horror as their hope was easily defeated. Caligula flashed a devilish grin. But then... badump! Badump! Razel's body began to react. Each time that heartbeat grew stronger. Badump! 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 Suddenly, Razel jumped in the air while he was on the ground. He used his back muscles for it. Then... it started. Without any explanation, Razel's body started to grow. His shirt was ripping. His pants were slowly opening. His muscles were growing as his height was growing. His original height was 1.58 centimeters. But now he was 1.88 centimeters. Razel grew for some reason 30 centimeters. Seeing what happened, everyone made the same expression. It looked like their eyes were popping out. Razel's shirt was destroyed in its entirety. Razel himself didn't understand what was happening. But if he could explain it, it would be that the muscle growth fell off him all at once. His father was tall and stocky. Razel wondered if he would end up like that. It seems he wasn't wrong. After brushing the dust out of his hair, he moved into an attack stance. He didn't even notice the changes in his body. His hands looked like that of a praying mantis about to attack. Caligula only got angrier and marched right at him. His right fist was flying at high speed towards Razel's face. But as he was now faster because of his long legs, he ducked and thus dodged the blow. As now his arms were longer and his back wider, Razel activated the blood more easily. Part of what happened to his body was the effect of the acceleration of using the blood. A hook to the stomach came straight at Caligula. After showing an expression of pain, he became annoyed and threw a low blow. Again Razel dodged it, and a kick to the chin came for the monster. But that was not enough. Caligula lowered his head so the pain was less. His right foot struck Razel in the belly. He spat blood. But even with that pain, neither of them gave up. Razel and Caligula screamed from the bottom of their hearts as they gave and took a brutal exchange of blows. Right blows, lefts, hooks to the liver, face, belly, everywhere the arms of both were moving at great speed to hit each other like savages. Caligula in the middle of that pool of blood in his mouth. He was smiling. It was the first time he had an opponent who made him sweat, who gave him a chance to receive a defeat. He stepped firmly on the ground and increased the intensity of his blows, increased the more force he put into them. Little by little he walked, pushing Razel back. His blows now led to the face. Mutually they both drove their right fists into each other's faces. It was a voracious sight. But he wasn't the only one like this. Razel was beginning to resist the blows. The blood in his blood was intensifying so much that it was visible. Caligula's blows were slowly starting to hurt. It was because Razel's body was stronger than steel. Caligula was slowly starting to retreat. What he had an advantage became his disadvantage. The blows that hit him hurt him so much that he began to protect himself while striking. Razel took large strides as Caligula retreated. If he had a human voice, he would undoubtedly say, "Why is this happening? I am the strongest among my race. The strongest among the ogres. Then, why am I losing to this whippersnapper? I will not allow it. I will not be defeated by someone inferior." In a desperate attack, Caligula roared to order the monsters to move to attack Razel. But as he quickly turned to flee, he ran out of breath. I couldn't react either. That was because I am possible. The other monsters were afraid. When a monster is afraid, it means only one thing: respect. In the animal kingdom, the alpha is the one who imposes fear. Fear brings respect and authority. It is a tyranny where the strongest enslave the weak. Caligula was the alpha of the monsters present. But if none of them moved because of his roar, it meant one thing. As he turned around, he noticed Razel's right fist filled with magical power. His fist was glowing. Seeing his eyes, Caligula understood everything. I see, that's how it is. The moment Razel directed his hook at Caligula's jaw, a new event was born that no one knew would mark history forever. And that was: an alpha need not necessarily be a monster. Those were Caligula's last thoughts as Razel's fist struck his jaw and ripped his head off, sending it flying several meters into the air. Everyone watched this event as if it was the first time in their lives that a human being had defeated a monster. Caligula slowly began to turn to ash and released a red diamond from his entrails. At that moment, the war ended. Razel sighed and sat down. It was only at the moment when his arms touched his back that he realized what happened to his body. Oh wow, what the hell happened to me? Why do I look like my dad when he was younger? As he wondered that, the adventurers and knights ran towards him. They all hugged him and then shouted cheers in his name as they tossed him in the air. But the happiness was short-lived as at that moment, an earthquake occurred. The earth moved as if it were an unstable building. But what caused it was something. In the distance, you could see how something was growing out of the ground. It grew so much, but so much, that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a skyscraper. A skyscraper made of diamond covered the entire territory, hiding the sun. What was going on in this place? Chapter 56 Army of Undead vs. Army of Undead. In the castle outside the Lautreamont territory, Esterosa was drawing her sword. It must be about time that boy and the others have annihilated the Empire's forces. So I'll help them out a bit. How will you do that? Taylor said as he went back to eating after finishing his dinner from 15 minutes ago. Simple. Esterosa pulled out her sword. It was a beautiful pink sword with a red rose in the center and her thorns surrounding the edge. I'll use my skill. Taylor spat out his food as he heard her say that. Are you crazy? Doing that consumes half of your magic power. I know. But at the same time it's the only thing that can trap it and keep it from running away. She pointed her sword at the ground, and then a third eye appeared on her forehead. Be an observer of the power of the ideal empire. Hey. Esterosa's body glowed brightly and then he thrust her sword into the ground. Diamond Wall. Esterosa activated a spell of her lost magic. She could turn anything her sword touched into diamond and manipulate it as she pleased. That was thanks to the research done in the ideal empire. After a few seconds, the ground began to shake. From underground, huge small stones piled up and created a diamond pillar. Its circumference was 100 meters around and 1,000 meters long. The height was enough to darken the sun. And that is what happened. The diamond pillars grew to great heights, obscuring the sunlight and incidentally, the entire territory. Taylor yelled at Estarossa as the castle was also within range. "You idiot, we'll be caught too. It won't be like that. I simply put us within range as well so that way our forces won't try to escape by seeing that huge diamond pillar." "Why would they do that?" "Because they are cowards. You brought in the laziest knights in the Empire. What do you think I've been doing these days? Wasting time? No sir, I saved my magic power for this moment. Now, let's wait for the show." Inside the grounds of the territory, Razel watched as the diamond pillar covered the sun. Fuck me. It was so tall that it seemed endless. Razel gritted his teeth in frustration as he muttered. Diamond magic, in the game, the only one who possessed that kind of magic was that guy. That means they're here. Razel deduced from the diamond pillar, that Estarossa the guilty, but how? That weirdo always came out in very unexpected parts. He was very annoying since his diamond armor gave him a perfect defense very hard to break. So surely he must be the one responsible for that. Razel turned and started to run. Celia noticed him running and called out to him. Honey, where are you going? Without turning to look at her, he replied. Obviously to kick the ass of whoever provoked that. Celia watched him go more and more, then said to Evelyn. Let's go too. Where to? Obviously behind him. We're going to show off to those two that we're not frills. Evelyn was quizzical until she understood what he meant. Let's go. And so, they marched after Razel, who was going straight to defeat Estarossa. At the mansion of the Lord of these lands, Gerald was running straight to the window. His expression showed panic and confusion. I don't understand, why is this happening? It seemed that night had come early, but higher than they thought. The sky was clear and dazzling. Celestine walked over to Gerald. She just stood there, looking at him. Gerald grabbed an official. Hey, what the heck is this? Wasn't this part of the agreement? Agreement? I don't know. I remember they said it would just be erasing the leftovers left over from the war and that would be it. Then tell me, why does it look like they locked us in here? The official realized that Celestine was behind him. But to that Gerald didn't care. What do you want? My husband, it's over. What's over, Celestine? Tell me what's over. Gerald was burning with anger. Calmly she replied. You just confessed that you were up to something. I imagine it must have been with Astoria's people for you to have been so happy that day, right? I'm sorry to tell you that I already have enough proof thanks to you for convicting me of your arrogance. Shut up, woman. Gerald grabbed his wife by her shoulders. You have no idea how much pressure I've felt from my family over this. My brother has been bugging me a lot about supporting the higher income family. I don't want any of that. I never cared. I just wanted to live in peace. That's why I readily agreed to marry you. Deep down, Celestine hoped he would say something that would keep her from seeing him wrong, but what he said only made a dark hole grow inside her. Let me ask you something. Even though I'm your wife, did you ever try to ask me for help? Or, ask for my opinion? I wouldn't have minded giving it to you, even if you were guilty or not. Huh? You think I care about the opinion of a mummy like you? Even if you had been an ugly woman, I still wouldn't have touched you, but since you look like a mummy, so what? Tell me yourself, hey. Celestine ducked her head at those cruel words, but the next thing she said was what buried her marriage. Arrest him. When this is all over, you will be brought before the palace and tried for your crimes of conspiracy. The officials moved to immobilize Gerald and his allies, but at that moment, something unexpected happened. Attack! We are under attack. Celestine and the others heard the doorman shout. She ran straight to a window and observed what he was referring to. What? She watched as a group of skeletons in armor entered the property. They were attacking the guards. Skeletons were usually summoned with dark magic. They were pretty weak level monsters, but those with armor represented one thing: total danger. Skeletons are just like the Dullahan, monsters that were born from humans who resented against the world or someone and seek revenge. When wearing armor, they may have been knights who died recently or were sacrificed. When wearing armor, they increase their agility even though it should be the opposite. The armored skeletons moved at high speed and entered the mansion. They began to attack and kill everyone they saw. There was no one to be spared from their attacks. Celestine and the others fled through a secret passage to escape. But a few entered through the windows and closed their escape. Gerald and company were left behind. "Help me, Celestine, help me." Celestine wanted to get out to help him, but a servant prevented her. Before the door closed, she visualized Gerald being bitten by the skeletons and pools of blood stained the walls. An army of undead was attacking the territory. Hey, how does this work? A group of Ideal Empire wizards were making a magic circle. Near them, there were more than 100 corpses. They had been recently collected. The skin and flesh had been eaten by worms. The spell began. A black aura rose from the ground and enveloped everyone present. The wizards were safe, but the corpses slowly rose. One after another they stood up and then began to attack their summoners. Why are they attacking us? They're mistaking us for the enemy. Stop. Kya. The wizards were slaughtered and the skeleton walked straight to the city. They went through the forest and at that moment the diamond pillars emerged from the ground. The skeleton worked better at night, the darkness gave them strength. This was their real goal. To wipe everyone out from all flanks. Run. They're undead. Oh wah. The skeletons arrived in the city, they started attacking people. Fires all over the city started to happen. The skeleton were smart. They used torches and crossbows to spread the flames. Their own swords were on fire. The adventurers who did not go to Gerald's call, like the knights who stayed resting, came out to fight. Leonard was with them. He aimed his rifle at the head of one of the skeleton, but it used its shield to keep the bullet from hitting it. They were also fast, so it wouldn't normally work their attacks. The knight's swords and the undead's sword clashed incessantly. Even if they clashed with magic, the skeleton resisted their attacks due to the hardness of their bones. They were almost invincible, not for nothing they went from danger level D+++ to A+++. The fires were getting bigger and bigger. People could not escape because of the diamond pillars. They had no hope. Until Gregor showed up. I called the ministry due to finding traces of magic circle in the surroundings. I didn't imagine they would act before reinforcements arrive, but I must not hesitate. I will give a report later to the first seat on this. Gregor placed his hands on the ground, various magic circles manifested, out of those circles came tombs. The tombs opened, and an army of rotting orcs came out. Dark magic, return of the vengeful. The dead ogres were experiments he had sent to the grave years before. They appeared thanks to dark magic being the site of their burial. The ogres came out one by one, took weapons from the ground, and then with a war cry. The fight between the two undead armies began. Why is this happening to me? It was Gladys who said that as a group of skeleton fought revived ogres. I watched as their mouths opened to bite into armor and tear off limbs, swords swung wildly as they slashed at whatever was in front of them. Even adventurers and knights avoided almost coming into contact in this madness. Some ogres and skeleton discarded their weapons and began to attack each other with their fists. Punches were flying at high speed, tearing off heads and pierced hearts among other parts. Gladys didn't even want to move, but she had to as a skeleton managed to kill a revived ogre. It was heading towards her, she was afraid of that monster, she ran from there straight to a dead end. The skeleton laughed as it drew its sword. Then, "Stop right there! It was frozen by ice magic. Little by little it froze until the ice began to crack and it fell to pieces. The one responsible for that was Cid, who had his hair like ice blue eyes. He had achieved this ability the day he went in with Razel for the duel against the capture targets. He used it in combat in the lawless city. Now he was using it again to help people in distress. Cid had frozen the skeletons and ogres before entering the alley. He held out his hand to Gladys, but she was amazed. I found it. My jackpot. For some reason her eyes sparkled at the sight of him. If I'm not mistaken, he's the current third prince, has his own territory, and is a handsome guy. Only one thing left to know. Excuse me, I have a question. Hey? At this time do you want to ask something? Yes, it's very important. Well, if so, tell it. Do you have experience with women? At first, Cid showed no change, but after a few moments of understanding what he was saying. What? Me? He stepped back while his cheeks were red. Bingo! Gladys shouted as Cid looked sideways in embarrassment. Then she affectionately walked over to him, and kissed him. It was Cid's first kiss, but it didn't end there. Gladys inserted her tongue fully into Cid's mouth and swirled it around like a whirlpool. Then she pushed him to the floor. At that moment, Cid looked like a scared child, that made Gladys just go on with what she had in mind. Some skeletons were approaching, but they stopped when they saw something that reminded them of their previous life. One of them moved its hand to their lower half for some reason. They were destroyed by the ogres. The battles were getting more and more intense. By morning it must all be over. At the end of the day, even if it ends at this hour, it won't make me move. My dream is more important than you think. It was Estarossa who said to Taylor, who was wearing his pajamas with a nightcap. Like I care, just sleep, you spawn. Taylor was going to his room. They were both in the main room. Taylor always eats before bed. So this wasn't unusual. Before heading to the door, an explosion happened. Because the castle was made so that sounds would not filter through, is that none of them heard the screams of their soldiers calling for help. Several soldiers fell straight onto the table, shattering it. When the dust no longer hung around the door, 3 silhouettes were there. On the sides were Celia and Evelyn, while in the center was Razel. He walked a few steps and then said, "I'm sick of you guys too. I'm going to liquidate the Dark Knights and the Archdukes so they don't fuck with me anymore." Razel would begin his fight against a Dark Knight. Chapter 57 Black Lightning. Before I got here, I remembered that in the game there was a remote area. It was a castle. In the event, the villainous Celestine escaped to this place. At first you could not catch her, as she fled before everything got worse. We found it at the bottom of a forest that we had to go through. I speak in plural since the girls accompanied me. I could feel the branches of the trees hitting me. It hurt a little as they hit my nipples. After going through the forest, I found the castle. There was a guard there. I activated my rage and went to quickly kick his ass. I don't care if he is alive or not. I destroyed the door with one blow and then found more knights. They were all surprised to see me, but not for destroying the door instead. Why is he shirtless? Our nipples are exposed. Did they really say that? Never mind. I went straight to hit the nearest one, sent him flying. Then the others around. As I kicked their asses, the girls arrived. Evelyn activated a spell that cast rainbows. The rainbow melted them. It was very scary. Celia approached one and I watched her skills of a professional gymnast. Her leg was elevated and she hit a knight in the jaw. That night I got to see those skills firsthand. I certainly won't tell those 4 that there is someone who moves better than them. We attacked the whole place. Every inch of the place was being torn apart by us until we went to the one place we didn't break into first. The main room where they dine. I thought it would be too cliché that, in the end they were there. I could spot one of the 4 Dark Knights, the effeminate Estarossa, the weakest of the four. It would be a piece of cake. Estarossa looked at Razel in confusion. She asked upon seeing him. Who are you supposed to be? And more importantly, why are you shirtless? I'm not complaining, but I'd like to know the reason. Doesn't really matter, just interested that I'll kick your ass here and the fat guy behind you. Taylor was annoyed at being called that. What do you mean fat? I'm young and broad-boned. Celia wanted to laugh a little. Razel continued. Like I said, it doesn't matter, what matters is that. He raised his arms and then disappeared. You will die here. He stood behind Taylor. Razel was aiming for his head. Taylor never noticed, and before he lost his head, a diamond wall came out of the ground and protected him. Taylor panicked as Razel used his fingers as electrified blades and tried to kill him. But Estarossa knew he would do that. She activated a shield and locked Taylor there to protect him. Going for the head of the most important person is the normal thing to do in war, but how did you know this pot-bellied guy was the most important person in this place? Who knows? They both looked at each other intensely, the moment Estarossa blinked. Razel activated his Ragin and ran to hit him. Estarossa didn't move, and as a result, Razel hit a diamond wall. Since he had blood activated, his hand was not fractured. He stepped back and then threw lightning spears. Estarossa yawned as he was protected by a diamond wall. She moved her sword a little, and then in the air, diamond icebergs materialized. They shot straight at Razel. The girls hid behind the destroyed door while Taylor took cover in his shelter. Razel was running along the walls because he covered his feet with electricity. The icebergs destroyed the wall and Razel hid in another room, but that wasn't important to Estarossa. She swung her sword again and walked as from the stone scraps on the floor diamond spears grew to pierce Razel. Estarossa was telling Razel how her magic worked as he ran away. Our country's technology has improved greatly thanks to dark magic. That is why we Dark Knights are the only ones who have been able to achieve the method of the strongest. Diamond icebergs were thrown at Razel, who was escaping, also diamond spears were growing from the ground. Without counting that old geezer, only the three of us have been the only ones to be recognized as the perfect soldiers. That idiot Ghost, the Ash Irritant, and I, the beautiful Diamond, are the only ones who are on par with your famous sword saints. For that reason we don't care what your empire does, we will always win thanks to the third eye embedded in us. On Esterossa's forehead, an eye opened. This eye is the proof of our powers. With it, we can create magic spells so powerful that you could never replicate. Ha 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 ha, enjoy being zapped by my diamond magic. More giant diamond icebergs ravaged the place. Razel couldn't cut them. They were genuine diamonds. Even in the Empire, cutting such diamonds were difficult even with his magical advances. Razel's electricity was useless. He threw several lightning spears at Estarossa and they were all blocked by a wall of diamonds. Razel's options were running out. I should at least take care of the fat guy, this guy is too annoying. Razel headed off to find Taylor to at least finish him off. But Estarossa kept up with him and wouldn't let him go to where Taylor was. She kicked him and Razel used that boost to fall near the room where Taylor was. He blinded Estarossa temporarily by using a lightning spear as a flare. After being close to Taylor he hit the diamond wall where he was. But it was useless. The diamond was so hard that there wasn't even a scratch on it. Razel was in trouble. He came here because he had to defeat Estarossa, who created diamond pillars that prevented people from escaping. He could not return knowing that he could not escape. Estarossa could escape if she wished, but the others could not. What can I do? Razel was running out of options. At that moment Estarossa arrived and said to him. It is useless what you do, boy. You can't defeat the diamond. But I'll let you at least die seeing my strongest attack of all. Perfect body. Estarossa thrust her sword into his body, little by little the sword went inside him and his body began to glow. An armor made of diamonds materialized. Her skin was turning into diamonds. It was an entire body made of diamonds. Even his head was. Her eyes were empty sockets, but her voice reproduced normally. Ha 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 ha. Now that I took on this appearance, I can play with you all I want. Estarossa ran straight towards Razel. He tried to walk away, but his feet were caught by diamonds. Estarossa, approaching, began to give him the beating of his life. Razel was beaten as Estarossa taunted him. Pathetic. Very pathetic. What did you accomplish by coming here? A loser like you is no match for me. Even if those 3 idiots say I'm the weakest in combat, that doesn't mean I'm not the weakest in defense. Even that geezer can't break through my defense. Ha 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 ha, I'm the strongest knight of all since I possess the ultimate defense. No one is superior to me. The beating he was giving Razel continued. The girls watched in horror at that. Estarossa gave a strong hook to Razel, who went flying straight into the wall and then fell to the ground. He didn't react. Razel had lost the battle. Inside a white room, Astria was sitting. She had seen everything that happened. She was smiling. It was a very wicked smile. Boy, I told you that the blood was the strongest defense in the world. If you had used it correctly, you would have destroyed the diamond with no problem. Well, let's leave it at that. A defeat is good for humans. She stood up and began to walk. In the distance, a strange black shadow was caught in a net. Astria smiled at the sight of that shadow. The reason I lend you my aid despite knowing that the humans will die anyway from the mana poisoning, is that I wish to finish you off. Her hand moved to the shadow and began to shape it. This is a give and take. I give him some of the Vampire Queen's power and he in return gives me the chance to destroy yours and Epstein. She was molding it so much, it was looking like a rice ball. I know Epstein isn't dead. That bastard can't die that easy after what he left that day. I could feel his presence the day I woke up. He's alive without a doubt. Once the shadow was small, she opened her mouth and inserted it. She chewed it as if it were chewing gum. The truth. You're one of his creations, aren't you? That's why it's hard to catch you, but it doesn't matter. There are 6 more of you left and I'll have that one catch you all before it's too late for the humans. After chewing hard, she swallowed. Then she looked up at the sky. It's time to give this body a taste of what it means to be the strongest. I can only do this since your consciousness is asleep, Razel. Don't worry, I'll be back when it's all over. Astria's smile was undoubtedly that of a ruthless woman as the game indicated. Razel stood up, but there was something odd. The gleam in his eyes was different. It was because of what was left of Astria, taking hold of him. She was looking at Razel's body. Then her gaze went to Estarossa, who was surprised. How are you still alive? Razel wasn't looking at him, he was just looking at Taylor. So that paunchy guy is the boss around here, huh? Well, I'll finish this in a jiffy. Razel raised his hand and materialized Gram, his astral sword. The sword was beautiful, but its edge grew darker with each passing second. The atmosphere began to cool. Magical power gathered around the sword. Blue lights of electricity were slowly materializing. Razel spoke to it. Game time is over, time to go home after finishing this. Estarossa didn't understand what Razel was saying. Ha, are you an idiot? Do you think you can finish me off? Ha 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 ha, come on, try to do it. Esterossa's arms became swords and crossed each other. Give me your best shot. I, Estarossa van Leven, will be the one to prove to you that my defense is impenetrable. Estarossa stepped away from Taylor and stood to the side. She was challenging Razel, which managed to make her sword and the electricity around her go dark. The mana, the magical element in the environment, was deteriorating to form dark mana. Razel smiled. Let me show you what a true absolute means. The sword slowly lowered, pointing at Estarossa with the following words. Black. The electricity near the sword was black, black as the night, most occurring and sinister. As she smiled, on that day, the world met a threat which Razel managed to avoid. Lightning. A dark glow, so bright, illuminated the room. A black flash in the shape of a tiger was heading at high speed towards Esterosa. In less than a split second, Esterosa was engulfed by that tiger. What the hell is this? Esterosa was swallowed by that dark light and his diamond armor was disintegrated as he screamed in despair. No way, this can't be possible, I would never. In less than the blink of an eye, Esterosa's existence disappeared from the face of the earth. It broke through the ceiling and the sky briefly darkened. Taylor collapsed without knowing what happened, foaming at the mouth. Celia and Evelyn were amazed by what they saw. At the same time, the undead in the city were defeated. After finishing off the last of them, the diamond pillars began to disintegrate. The war was over, and with it the event. Chapter 58 After the War. 2 days have passed since the war against Astoria ended. Astoria's diplomats and the capital's officials were still meeting today. After destroying the pillars, a fleet from the capital was approaching. There were more than 100 flying ships. I regained consciousness yesterday. Apparently I had been sleeping for a whole day. When I woke up, Yukiheim was beside me. I stayed in the room prepared for me in the Margrave's mansion. Apparently Gerald was a traitor and died before his trial. It also seems that Offarai household will receive a deep investigation because of what Gerald said. All is very good as this irritating event is over. I was resting in my room until CID came in and said, "Razel, get dressed in the suit that was left for you on the table over there." I know. Apparently there would be a victory celebration today. It was none of my business, but according to CID, I had to go no matter what. So in a bad way I got up and got dressed. I want that to last fast so I can go back to sleep. I spoke very quickly. So you were the hero who defeated those creatures. You can tell that the future of the Empire rests in good hands. You are also the future Duke of Rosenberg household. Is that right? Wow. The future of the Empire looks good with young men like you. I would like my daughter's fiancé to be like this young man. A group of old men were harassing me. Apparently what I did on the battlefield and that I somehow defeated Esterosa's spread. They are also going around complimenting Yukiheim. Apparently her meals had a secret that made people gain more physical stamina and defense. She said it was part of a family secret to support the troops. So in some part what happened on the battlefield was thanks to her. The old men kept harassing me. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't. I was still in the distance for some reason. In the distance for some reason I watched CID, who was together with the big-ass teacher. Why did they seem close? Anyway, someone help me please. Sorry to interrupt you gentlemen, would you grant me a moment with him? Someone came to my rescue, it was Celestine. The old men moved away from me and she approached me. Are you enjoying the victory party, Mr. Hero? I'm not a hero, I don't deserve to be called that. Seriously, I didn't do anything special, I was just blowing off steam. You really are very modest, phew. But seriously, after what you did, I wanted to thank you in person. So, if you have any wishes, let me know. I'll do my best to grant it. Celestine was a woman who suffered like Barbara, so I could imagine what she was going through. I wanted to help her. So I came up with an idea. I'd like to do something for you first, so please let's get together when this is all over. She seemed strange, so she said to me. Something for me? Well, I have no objection. So let's meet later in the private meeting room to talk. Okay. She said goodbye to me and went straight to talk to a maid. I thought it would be over quickly as I want to get back to my bed. Hello. But someone called out to me. It was a woman I hadn't seen. Gee, good afternoon, I'm Emily Crossbell, and, you may not remember me, but you saved me that day. I certainly saved a girl that day, but I don't remember her as I was thinking about finishing everything. Yes, I do remember. So, what do you want from me? YULLC. She looked embarrassed. I just wanted to say that what you did that day was wonderful. Not only for saving me, but also as a knight. Her eyes were making a sweet expression. That's why I wanted to thank you. I was able to observe what a true knight was that day. There seemed to be a misunderstanding, I should clear it up. I don't think so. I saved you no doubt, but I don't qualify as one, I just did what anyone should do when faced with that situation. If we're talking about heroic acts, it's the people who brought food, who healed the wounded and who works hard to repair the city, they are the real heroes. She seemed to have bought that story. So, if you'll excuse me, I should go say hello to more people. Which was a lie, I just wanted to leave, crowds of people I don't know make me dizzy. Razel went straight to escape the party. Emily watched him with her back turned, her eyes were in awe of what she saw. Even being the savior of this place, he is so humble in giving credit to others. I'm so in awe. Ah, will this be what they feel in princess stories? Finding the ideal man. And what do you need from me? When the party was over, I went straight to the living room where Celestine was. Sitting drinking tea, she had her mask on the table. Her face was exposed. Since I already knew her secret, she didn't seem to mind. I waved and she said, "Have a seat." I sat down and poured myself some tea. I didn't like it, and worse that it was barley. It sounds like something an old man would drink. When I finished my tea, it was time to talk about my reason for calling her. It was delicious, but my reason for calling her was because I would like to know what will happen now with Offerai household. She pouted. I thought we were going to talk about your gift. You know, I was thinking of becoming part of your faction. Faction? Sure. I did some research on you and you're the future Duke of Rosenberg household, right? Believe me, for lying and not registering, you're in a lot of trouble with the Imperial Palace and the Adventurers Guild. That made me startle. What do you mean by that? Well, you lied despite being personally sent by the Emperor. You never once participated in battle. And even if you did wipe out the monsters and invaders of the Ideal Empire, what you did will bring you consequences. Saving my skin brought me misfortune anyway. That bastard Emperor will certainly not be happy. I started to get a little scared, seeking that guy's wrath is not something I want to provoke. But after a brief moment, that fear disappeared for my reason for being here. For some reason, I feel different. I feel that, if I wanted to, I could take over the world. Astria said I had a vampire virus inside me, and the vampires I knew were arrogant. Does that mean I'm arrogant now? I hope not, but what I will do now is very arrogant. Margrave Lautreamont. Please call me Seals, that's what my father used to call me and those I can trust. I called her by that name. Madam Seals. Just Seals. Seals. I stood up and with my index finger touched her breast. Please be my woman. She opened her beautiful eyes wider as she couldn't believe what I was saying. If it's a joke, it's a bad one. No, I misjudged you, I thought it was you who was behind the betrayal. Hey? Why did you think that? Because I was an idiot. Now listen to me. You're a woman who, despite being betrayed by your own family members, that didn't let it lead you astray. You supported the people of your territory despite being in a war crisis. Even knowing that your ex-husband was a cretin and traitor, you always had faith that he would redeem himself. You are a worthwhile woman. A woman who, like the Duchess Rosenberg, is worth having by my side. Hey? What's the Duchess got to do with it? I told her the truth about Barbara. After saving the duchy and getting engaged to her daughter, I took the Duchess as my lover. She is looking forward to having our child. And I want you to be like her too. From the look on his face, I couldn't believe what I was saying. That sounds like something out of an erotic book. Taking mother and daughter, aren't you afraid your future wife will cut you? There have been cases in the past of jealous wives cutting off their husband's manhood. I won't lie. That did scare me. But I'll tell the truth to Eli and Lily one day, and I hope they just beat me up. I'll talk to them when their time comes. But until then, I'll still be sleeping with my mother-in-law, and I want you in that bed too. She laughed a little. What you're saying is a very funny thing. You want to have mother and daughter in a harem. And now you want me, but you haven't considered this. What if I refuse? What will you do? Will you beat me, threaten me, or extort me for it? I answered her immediately, since she doesn't seem to believe me. I will leave you alone. If you don't want to, that's fine, but I'll still help you with it. You'll help me with what? I moved closer to her face. She seemed to avert her face. I will remove what torments you so much. I placed my right hand on her cheek. I immediately felt as if a vacuum cleaner was turned on and my hand was holding it. I watched as little by little something similar to a mist traveled across her body and was directed to my hand. I was frightened as that thing might come up to me, but it stayed in my right hand and, just like a toilet, disappeared without a trace. After a few moments, Seal's face began to take on a different appearance. I said to her, "Please look at yourself in a mirror." She was hesitant at first, but after giving several glances at me and the nearest mirror, she stood up. Slowly she approached, and in a shy manner, with her eyes closed, she looked into the mirror. As she opened one, the other opened instantly. She couldn't believe her eyes, but I could. I was doubtful that Astrea was lying to me about being able to remove curses. But it was true. Seals was looking at her original face. A beautiful, mature woman's face was reflecting in the mirror. Tears were coming down with every touch on her skin. Then she took off her gloves and looked at her hands, and mutually their fingertips were touching. She looked like a little girl crying over spilled ice cream. Then she took off other parts of the material covering the dress, and there I saw them. 2 huge, perfect round fruits for breasts she had. She took off her dress and was now in her underwear. Seals observed that even her round white ass was normal. After touching her breasts and checking that even the pink part, which was sagging, was normal, she went running straight to me. Thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate it. But how did you do it?" I couldn't tell her the truth, as she wouldn't believe me. Let's just say that my magic attribute works miracles, ha ha ha. After saying that, Seals kissed me. It was an awkward kiss from a woman who had never experienced that. It reminds me of when Amy and I kissed for the first time. Our noses even touched. After our lips parted, she said, "If you want me to be your ally or your lover, take it for granted. How could I not be the wife of the man who saved my territory and me? Giving birth to your children would be the second greatest happiness after what you just did." I was getting in a good mood, so I told her, "I think you can do this for me." I was in a room made exclusively for me. It was arranged by Seals. Someone was knocking on the door. I knew who it was. "Come in," I said, and the door opened. There, 4 beauties were in night clothes to sleep. Celia, Evelyn, Yukihime, and Seals. Their underwear was visible. Their big breasts were in small bras, making them bigger and firmer, with the exception of Yukihime. She already has them so big that her hair covers the center part. They burst in and jumped on me. I watched as their breasts hung down and came close to my face. "Time to give the hero some gratitude," Seals said, being the first to get into position. She and Yukihime were virgins, so it was my turn to be gentle. The night was so long and hard, I ended up unconscious by morning. How did it go? In a carriage, 2 men were having a dialogue. Normal. I was just obeying orders. Wolf was sitting with his arms crossed looking at a man. That man was young and had a beard the same color as his hair. It was Dylan, the other Duke of Astoria Kingdom. "You see, I wanted to know again if you would lend me your help." "My answer won't change, no is no." "Ha ha ha ha. You are very honest. It's not that, it's common sense. What you plan has a high chance of failure, that would lead to my ruin. My head would be in the bingo book, no doubt. In the game, players upon entering the guild had the option of checking a document called a bingo book. They called it that since it was randomized the mission to catch a criminal. Even if you used Lambert to broom you to the dark guilds, you would find its counterpart, the Bible Black, which is where people like the Emperor or Jake's father were and offered an incredible bounty on their head. That's not going to happen. Why? Because, the plan has already moved to the next phase. Wolf raised his eyebrows at that news. We got the king's backers to split, now we won't be able to move on to phase 2, recruiting you. After that we'll move on to phase 3. You make it sound like I'm joining you, what makes you think I won't betray you? Simple. You're a man who lives by his desires. You didn't become a hero because you liked serving your country. After all, this war was just an excuse to send you away to prevent those who would rebel against us from trying to recruit you. In the game, the war broke out because of Celestine who wanted to betray the Empire. But what Dylan says doesn't match what was scheduled in the game. Again, the events of the game and life on this planet are out of order despite going in the same direction. Even if I had to pay those Empire pigs, it was worth it. What do you say, Wolf? Want to join the winning side? Wolf looked out the window. They already entered Astoria's territory. I didn't kill that saint as it would have provoked more sword saints to come and that would have been bad for me. I heard that the Empire has a monster watching the Emperor's back. I'm not an idiot to fight a war that brings me no benefits, but I want you to know this. I will betray you if I see everything going wrong, and I will take your head if you betray me. Dylan burst out laughing before replying. Ha 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 ha, you're very honest, but you shouldn't say that in front of your next king. What are you talking about? The next king is the crown prince. Dylan looked out the window before replying. I talked that over with the crown prince and we came to an agreement, so phase 3 will start when you accept, then final phase will come. What is phase 3? Dylan flashed a terrifying smile. Kill the king and then take over the country. I already have many on my side, we just need to get rid of that old man and everything will run like water from the river. Unbeknownst to him, another event in the game was transpiring. That event was one that would bring pain and suffering to the people of Astoria. An event, which also involved a villainous. Epilogue, Volume 5. I was in a carriage in the capital. We arrived directly from Lautreamont territory to the capital on a flying boat. After disembarking, we went straight to a carriage to the palace. And I say we is because the girls are with me. Celia, Evelyn, Yukiheim, and Seals are in the carriage. Yukiheim will be rewarded because thanks to her, the soldiers were strong and not tired, just like other knights. So we are going before to get out of being ours. Seals is going since she has to give her report. In the carriage, she was saying to me. I have come several times to the capital, but this is the first time the sunlight hits my face. Many more times you will be able to see scenery like this. She blushed a little when I told her that. Evelyn on the other hand. My father said that the guild master sent a report of you not showing up. It's likely that the Emperor wants to hang you since you disobeyed an imperial command. I don't want to run away from the Empire having a good life here, let alone let the girls pay for me. I hope the punishment he gives me won't be painful or exaggerated. Well, we'll find out soon. I hope he's not angry. They're in the Great Hall of Ministers. On a throne similar to an Aztec pyramid, stood a muscular man, with long golden hair like his beard. It was the Emperor, Loic V. To his right was the only Grand Duke and Prime Minister, his younger twin brother. And to his left was a man in red armor, the Saint of Twilight. Several people, among them ministers, were looking at Razel. Seals, like others, were giving their report of what happened. In that report they talked about what Razel did. The Emperor's face showed anger when he heard that Razel breached a command of him. Regulus did that and it cost him his position as third prince. Several members of the anti-Rosenberg faction were there, waiting for the future duke to fall. When the seal's report was finished, the prime minister spoke. "Young man, raise your head." Razel was showing his respects to the emperor in a fancy suit. The emperor was angry. Very angry, you could see his hair rising from his magical power. Razel swallowed saliva at the sight of him so angry. "Tell us, why did you disobey an imperial command?" Razel proceeded to tell the truth. That only made the emperor angrier. He immediately fell to Razel with a blow to his throne. "You dare mock me, the emperor!" He stood up and his hair was rising. He was even coming down from his throne. To see the emperor descend was unimaginable. Even the prime minister and the Twilight Saint were astonished. Immediately they both came down as well. As they stood on the ground, the emperor approached Razel. "Answer me, boy, why did you disobey my order?" "Just as I said, your majesty, I was afraid." "That's why." "That's why what? What are you going to say to stop me from crushing your head with my foot?" The emperor lifted his foot and placed it on Razel's head. Slowly Razel descended to the ground until his forehead touched the cold, white tile. It was worth it. The emperor stopped his foot to say. "What did you say?" "It was worth it. Thanks to disobeying your order, I was able to do things like defeat a Dark Dragon King, an army of A+++ level monsters, and also defeat a Dark Knight. If it hadn't been for that, I would have maybe died or been too tired to fight, but my strength was at its maximum potential. So I'd say it was worth it to disobey your order. But if he wishes to punish me, let it be me and not my family or the Rosenberg household." Everyone waited for the verdict of the emperor, who still had a bad expression on his face until Gururera. He started laughing out of nowhere. Gururera. 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 The emperor laughed as if he had been listening the best joke in the world. So much so that he even sat on the carpet of the pyramid that was part of the path leading to his throne. He would tap his knee with his hand and tears would flow from his eyes. His mouth opened like a bear's from laughter. Everyone, and even his right and left hands, were stupefied. "Guerrera! Jerome, you were right." The guildmaster was present. He was in a good suit and stepped forward from his place. "Tell me, is what he said true?" "Yes. We were able to verify everything he said, and even the captured Archduke himself confessed that it was Razel who defeated the Dark Knight." Many voices in the stands and nearby seats murmured because of what they heard. "I can't believe what he said is true. That means, he single-handedly defeated all those monsters that are equivalent to gathering A-ranked adventurers and sword saints. Ideal's Dark Knights are the equivalent of our saints. You mean he's on the level of one?" Among them, a man was biting his teeth in anger. The emperor stood up and held out his hand. It was a signal to give him his scepter. The imperial scepter, decorated with diamonds, plated with gold and a green magic stone in the center to symbolize the emperor's power. "Guerrera! If you hadn't said that, I would have crushed you, regenerated you, had you watch your house and your betrothed's house fall and then kept you alive to be eaten by crows." He laughed, but the others didn't. He had already done that. When he was young and came to the throne, his uncle tried to manipulate him. It proved very expensive, that move. Even his other relatives got to the point that small rebellions were caused. But they were all stopped. The emperor put the scepter on Razel's shoulder and then on another while saying, "I, Loic V, the current emperor of the Arclight Empire, decorate you, Razel Bartlett, with the following honors. First, I decorate you to the 4th highest rank, under the title of Count. Second, with the Guildmaster's consultation, your punishment will be that you will not be promoted to Adventurer rank S. You will only be promoted to rank A. And lastly..." The Emperor showed a strange smile as he looked at Razel. "I name you as a national hero and your knighthood shall be, the Black Knight." Immediately upon uttering the last, the Prime Minister looked with surprise at the Emperor. There were murmurs from the ministers. He skipped the rank of Viscount to being directly a Count. I can't believe that the Emperor wanted to give him the S rank of adventurer, only that man earned it and left it due to not wanting to be under the rule of the palace again. No, 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 no. He's the heir to a duchy and a national hero to boot. Why the Black Knight, isn't that name very unpleasant? Various murmurs were heard, but only one of them mattered. Damn you, future Duke of the Rosenbergs. It was Baron Grin who was angry, showing his not-so-white teeth with deep hatred. Once the meeting was over, the Emperor and the Prime Minister were left almost alone. The Twilight Saint was in the room with them. But they could talk without a problem since he was a tomb that man. Sighed the Prime Minister before saying. Big brother, was that right? You know he committed a foul against you. The Emperor had strange hobbies. Like going for a walk in a storm. Or going out hunting alone. But the strangest, was watching him write a story. A children's story, no one knew why he did it. Only him. I know. But, you saw their faces didn't you? Yes. They were talking about members of the anti-Rosenberg faction. Normally I would have crushed it, but it gave me a good laugh to imagine the faces those guys would make when they saw him ascend, Guerrera. I understand that, but what I don't understand is the promotion. I wanted to make him a Margrave, because he's a born fighter. Didn't you see his body? I don't remember him like that. I'm surprised you haven't forgotten. I don't forget things that interest me, Guerrera. The Emperor saw Razel as a thing, something to entertain him. But that's not what I'm most interested in. Elder brother no, Will, why did you call him the Black Knight? The Emperor's hand paused and then looked up at the ceiling. You well know that it is only a children's legend told to us by our grandfather. Sometimes legends are true, and even more so if those legends have names. Will, there was only one White Knight in the Empire. Maybe it's time for a Black Knight to emerge? He defeated a Dragon King, you of all people know that even I had trouble defeating one and with your help. He also defeated a Dark Knight, he managed to erase some of the embarrassment that Demonic Knight put us through decades ago. Grandfather told us so, that one day the stars would align to bring a light that can remove the darkness that traps us. Even if it's true, do you think it's him? Rosenberg. Siegburn. The lawless city and recently Lautreamont. From the moment he set foot in this place, I felt strange seeing him, but now it only confirms my suspicions more and more. Should I give him one more push? I don't think so, please leave it at that. Younger brother, the Black Knight will be our new White Knight, since it seems the crows won't be happy. The Emperor wrote again after showing a rare smile. The moment of truth arrived. We arrived at the Rosenberg mansion after finishing the auditing with the king. Truth be told, I had to go to the bathroom a lot. Do I think I lost weight? Who wouldn't in my situation? Besides, I'm a count and a Black Knight. What the hell is that? Damn Emperor! Anyway, I just told the doorman to let us in. I didn't think I was Razel. Do I really look that weird? He opened the door for us and after a few minutes in the carriage, we arrived at the door. I got out first to help the girls do it. Just as I stepped on a step, footsteps at high speed approached. Razel. Razel-kun. Eli and Lily came running in their pajamas toward me. The door was opened and they jumped out. But when they saw me they stopped after falling. Hey! Razel, is that you? Yes. Eli nor Lily could believe it was me. Well, now I look more like my dad. Is it really you? Lily came over like a shy hare and touched my face. She pinched me even. I laughed. He, yeah, it's me. They couldn't believe me, more people came out. Glenn, the Duchess's butler and right-hand man. And Barbara in a fancy dress. She turned to look and asked for me. Where is Razel-kun? Mom, he's Razel. Barbara looked like a frozen computer and then out of trouble. She gasped. She looked like she couldn't believe it was me either. As I was about to explain everything, Lily tugged on my sleeve. Before, she would just touch my shoulder, but now she pulls my sleeve since I'm taller than her. Razel Kun, who are they? And more so, why were you with them? Lily pointed in the direction of the girls. For some reason, her beautiful bright eyes showed a dark emptiness. Eli seemed to show that too, but the color of his red irises made it look like it was an entrance to another place. Let's go inside and let me tell you. I felt a little nervous as I enlarged my harem and my main girlfriends watching me with their wide eyes. Damn! A man was throwing papers on the floor, Minister Olgren. He had been Gerald's accomplice, but now with what happened, he had to support Offerai household so they wouldn't rat him out. Damn the Rosenbergs! Picking on me indirectly and hurting my plans. I've had enough, this time I can't take it anymore. Minister Olgren cursed endlessly at Razel and his future household. Then, a person knocked on his door. No one should be in at this time of night, so he could shout all he wanted. Who is it? He asked intrigued. The door opened and Baron Grin bowed to show greetings. Good evening, Minister. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I'm here to make a suggestion. Suggestion of what, Grin? Baron Grin held out some papers for Olgren to read. This is a list of all the members. Members of what? Of the anti-Rosenberg faction. The look on your face gives you away, Minister. You hate the Rosenbergs too, so, why don't we join? What's gained for me in joining you? All the members of the faction agree that you should be the one to take over the Rosenbergs' territory. I will think about it. But, there is one condition, the only way to take them down is to have someone very powerful on our side. And that would be... Grin flashed a wicked grin on his bony face. We need Prince Blake's backing, he's the only one who can give them war without losing out. On that day, a macabre plan was carried out. Which, related to a future event in the game. Underscore 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 un. Reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background, Volume 5 End. Lautreamont Frontier War Arc. Interlude Ideal. A dark room was the site of a meeting. A group of people were at a large round table talking. One of them was wearing black armor and his feet were on top of the table. So. Levin is dead. So is Coleman, they sent his head, looks like they tortured him. Said a masked man. Ha! I'm not surprised that Pig deserved what he was destined for, but I'm surprised that Knight was defeated. Said a muscular, well-dressed, bearded man smoking an imported cigarette. We should prioritize the search for Gan, that idiot must be in some brothel or casino. Gan is dead. Everyone turned to the person who said such barbarism. It was an old man in armor. Gan knows what his duties are, something like defecting while being one of the richest men in the country or being decorated as the next top Dark Knight are things only an idiot would throw away. If it's as you say, who killed him? It was probably Arclight themselves, they just don't have anyone who reported it. If so, it puts us at a disadvantage. The man in the mask with no holes said to the others. The man with the cigarette poured himself some rum in a small glass and drank it to the bottom. You heard, Your Excellency, what do we do? Everyone's gazes focused on the man sitting on a throne made of bones. His right hand was touching his cheek and his left hand was touching the armrest. It is useless to discuss it. If one or two of our knights die, there is no matter, even if one of you archdukes also dies, it doesn't matter. The man with the cigarette clicked his mouth when he heard that the seated man didn't care if he died or not. All that matters is what I wish. I, the Emperor of the Ideal Empire. The Emperor of the Ideal Empire raised his hand, his white skin and long black nails could be seen clenching his fist. To guarantee my wish. My ideal world, the sacrifices made don't matter. This man was one of the final enemies of the game, the one who wished to obtain an ideal world as indicated by the name of the Empire. The meeting ended and the Emperor remained seated, his bright red eyes filled with a glow of ambition beyond that of an ordinary human being. Side story: women with inheritance rights and women without inheritance rights. Entering the mansion, we went straight to a room. There were 2 armchairs for 6 people each near a glass table. We all sat down. On my side were Barbara on the end, Eli and Lily holding me. On the other couch were the others. Before the door closed, a little girl came in with a silver tray with tea on it. The little girl was trying very hard not to spill anything. When she set the tray down on the table, she smiled heartily. "Here you have it, enjoy it," said the little blonde girl, who gave a bow before running off. She was very adorable, but who was she? "Razel Kun, please tell everything that happened." Barbara asked me to tell everything that happened, and that I will do, without mentioning Astria since no one would believe me. So that happened. I told everything I experienced in these months. They were so surprised, they were scared, they were happy, and now they see me with teary eyes. Razel is a womanizer. And a very libertine one too. Their pouting was on my cheeks. They could feel their breathing and how upset they were. I hugged them. "Forgive me for not telling you sooner or writing you a letter, but don't worry. From today, I will be a different man. It will also be for the sake of Rosenberg household as a future duke." They both had their eyes red because of what I said. I will no longer live under a shadow, I will live as a man they deserve. Even though I feel a little weird saying it. Razel Kun, I understand what you're saying. And I even support you. If Margrave Lautreamont says she agreed to be your mistress, it means we gained an ally. That's what Seals said. Well, in that case, I'd just like to tell you something. Eli and Lily are the only ones who have inheritance rights in this house. The right of inheritance is when a woman gives birth to the child or children of the head of the house. At the same time, there are children without inheritance. They are those who will belong to the faction or family of the head of the household, but will not have the right to anything. They can use the name without any problem, but their children will not receive a penny. It made me feel a little bad since they are my wives and our children will not be entitled to a family name, which is horrible. I will talk to Barbara, who left after saying a few words. Before leaving, Eli said to me, "Razel, remember that even if you are a hero, you are not extended to go to remedial classes, they won't let you go to the next semester without it." Thanks for making me remember why I didn't want to go back. Entering the room, Barbara stood facing the bookcase. Locking the door behind me, I walked over to her. Before I could say anything, she hugged me and said, "I was so worried. I was afraid something would happen to you, but thank the goddess you're safe." Barbara hugged me like a mother watching her son return to war. I hugged her too and said, "The change you said not only included my personality, it also included my relationship with you. I would like to tell Eli about us. I want Eli to know that his mom is my wife too. Even if she and Lily beat me half to death. I wish I did too, but not right now." "Why not?" "It's not time. I want the matter of your harem to be ready so I can make the announcement. That was also another problem. The matter of my women, I have to deal with many troublesome things. Now, let's finish the third school semester to enter the last semester of the first year of the prologue." Side story: Cordelia's report, 1. I, Cordelia, am the eldest daughter of Viscount Evans. A few hours ago we learned that the good-for-nothing future Duke was sent to one of the frontiers. Apparently, a war broke out. I'm in the Duchess's office with her. "What do you mean you can't do anything?" Her tone of voice was very loud and hostile. "Do you want me to rip the heads off all of you?" she said as she gritted her teeth and showed her venom to the poor official who answered her. "Do you want to taste the wrath of the Duchess perchance?" The palace will make enemy of Rosenberg household at this rate. That threat will definitely be remembered by the palace. I hurriedly picked up the phone and hung up. Why did you do that? Her tone of voice was still hostile and now she was directing it at me. Her red eyes were very scary, she looked like she would kill me at any instant. Madam, I understand that you are worried about the young master, but threatening the palace will be bad for the household. At the same time, we don't even know if he was sent by mistake. It's impossible that he was sent by mistake. That bastard emperor always does as he pleases and this time I won't let him. I'll use all my power to bring him back. They won't take my Razel kun away from me. I mean, my daughter's fiancé. I couldn't take her seriously when she was wearing a super tight bunny suit. The curves of her body were showing off, her breasts looked as firm as cannonballs and the sponge tail on her butt made her look very obscene. This woman is not a respectable lady, she is a succubus. A vile woman who sleeps with her son-in-law who is the fiancé of her 2 daughters. This house is weird, but I work here so I can't do anything. I won't stand around, I'll use my influence. Before you leave, change into something more decent. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. The days passed and before we knew it, the school semester was over. But my job didn't. All right, you two, in position. Why yes. I was teaching etiquette to a couple of girls. Going back a little bit. A bunch of slaves came to the mansion, apparently the young master told them they'd all be given jobs and would be under the protection of Rosenberg household. The Duchess let them stay in the mansion until they had secured their place of work and housing. Little by little they were leaving, but there were 2 people we didn't know what to do with. Me and the Duchess were interrogating them, in a good way of course. Tell me girls, what about your parents? In front of us were 2 twin girls, with blonde hair, the older one was called Claudia and her eyes were blue and green, while the younger one was Sophia, who had the same eyes, but opposite order. Both were terrified. The Duchess was on the floor for them to see that she was not a threat. She spoke to them like a mother. I just want to help you, so, don't be afraid. You know, I have 2 daughters and they are just like you, of course, they are grown up now. But deep down they are still little girls. The twins stopped shaking and started talking to the Duchess. The image was the same as a pair of daughters conversing with their mother. I see, your parents are. The Duchess looked sad, then she clapped her hands in applause and said. Work here. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. You don't have to worry about things like food or shelter, you can also take time off to play and take a nap. At the same time you could work only half a day, what do you say? The twins nodded in embarrassment. And so, my life with their training began. Based on my analysis of them. Claudia is a very quick learner. She was walking with a book on her head in a line drawn on the floor. She has a good ability to learn things I tell her. At first I was telling her basic childish things, but she proved to be very smart. I explained things to her that only servants of noble houses would know. She would raise her hand and answer the question. On the other hand, her younger sister, she didn't have the knowledge capacity of her older sister, but her skills in different activities like crafts, cooking, cleaning, writing, all were incredible. Even the chief butler Glenn praised her. No doubt these girls are an excellent choice for maids. I was now with them in the garden. They were playing with a ball. It was nice to see that. It makes me see that this country, despite having its troublesome things, is a good place to live. The gate opened, it looks like someone is coming. I will inform the madam, with that my report on this occasion. Author's Notes, Volume 5. Hello to all my dear readers, I thank you again for reading my novel. This time the volume dealt with its world building and society. The next volume will have more of its world building and troubling events. But this time involving the Rosenberg family environment. It will finally be that person's debut as well. So you can't miss it. The female protagonist, the villainess, and the capture targets return. With nothing more to say, remember to stay tuned for the next volume of both Razel and Rudel. The story is growing and soon we will reach the point where the author's cameos will start to take shape. Don't miss any of them.